Good morning. Hello. Welcome to the final day of the AI Fringe, both for those of you in the room here at the British Library and for our online audience. I'm Jonathan Lenson, the CEO of Milltown Partners, and I'll be your host for this morning for one last time. Today is a day of reflection, as we look back to the past week and look forward to what comes next. This week, across the country, there have been a plethora of conversations about our future with AI. At the AI Safety Summit at Bletchley Park, here at the British Library, and with AI Fringe events right around the country, from Manchester to Newcastle, from Birmingham to Cambridge and more. In our first session this morning, our panellists will consider what we have learnt from the week of AI conversations and where we go from here. We'll then turn our attention to the important question of global cooperation on AI safety. We'll consider how we can all work together, civil society, academia, industry, and government, to create the brightest and most beneficial future with AI for all. Before we begin, I'd like to offer our thanks to all of our partners who helped shape the programme and to put on this event. We couldn't have done it without their help. The response has been overwhelmingly positive, so we're already thinking about how we can harness this energy and the spirit of cooperation into 2024. An AI Fringe across London and Paris in late 2024 sounds like a good plan to me. Now, for the last time, a few housekeeping notes. Fire exits are at the front and the back of the auditorium. All sessions for this programme are being live streamed on the AI Fringe YouTube channel, and videos of all sessions will be uploaded soon after their conclusion. We invite you to join the conversation on social media. Our Twitter handle is AI Summit Fringe. The hashtag is AI Fringe. We're also on LinkedIn. And finally, thank you in advance to all of you here for supporting our code of conduct, which is on our website and important to us. Now, I'm very happy to introduce our first panel today, focused on what we've learnt this week and what needs to happen next. Our moderator, Evan Davis, is the main presenter of BBC Two show Newsnight. He's also the host of Dragon's Den and Radio 4 business discussion programme Bottom Line. Please join me in welcoming Evan and our panellists to the stage.
Well, very good morning to you. Good morning, everybody. Great to be here. I guess this is kind of the after party. The summit is over. Elon Musk has done his bit, and we are here to digest and reflect on what has been happening. And we have a great panel with us to just do a little bit of that. I present the PM programme on Radio 4 each afternoon at 5 p.m. It's a news magazine, and we have been trying to do quite a lot of AI this year, and I have actually found it quite difficult. Partly because I just find a lot of the conversations either descend into the sort of incomprehensibly abstract, which I think our listeners find very difficult to follow, or you get people making ludicrous pronouncements like we'll never have to work again. And and it's very hard to kind of have a concrete, interesting, tangible discussion at a level that the sort of mainstream audience, I think, can sort of engage and connect. But I'm hoping we can do that this morning. We have really a very useful panel for this, because we have, and I will start with Peter Kyle, who is the Shadow Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, was not at the summit because that invitation didn't land in his inbox in time, but Peter Kyle representing the opposition. Next to Peter is Matt Clifford, the government's Sherpa for the AI Safety Summit, founder of Entrepreneur First, chair of the board of ARIA, which I think is a Dominic Cummings creation, wasn't it, Matt? Is that right? Sort of ARIA, am I right?
I don't think Dominic was around when the act was passed, no, I think that's wrong.
Are you a Dominic Cummings creation?
And also with us, Dame Angela McLean, who's the government's chief scientific advisor. This is just going to be a panel discussion up here. Maybe, if we have some time, we'll take a question or two from the floor, but I've actually been told we're not doing that, but I do break rules from time to time. So what I want to do is just start by going down the panel, and I want to start with you, Angela, if we may, just across the panel, with a very open-ended question about your reflections on the week and what comes out of it and what we look forward to coming out of it. So sort of just a general opening statement, if you like, from each of you. Go on, Andrew.
Very good, thank you. Well, first of all, I want to say, great job, Matt.
Thank you.
I think there is a general feeling for all of us who were at the first day of the summit that this went really, really well, and that there were a long series throughout the day of very serious, insightful, meaningful conversations, mostly leaving hype to one side. In the afternoon, I chaired the session that was called something like, "What should scientists do next?" And we just had a super serious discussion. Included in the room were people who are sometimes really pretty rude to each other on Twitter, X, and they had a very civilized discussion. What came out of that discussion, I could go into now, or
Give us just a...
Okay,
give us,
so the four headlines were, gosh, wouldn't start from here. So the current state of the current set of models really aren't going to do, because there's this sense that they're really more grown than engineered, which is why imposing safety on them later is proving such a headache. So I would say that was number one. We really need to engineer with safety engineered in from the beginning, these same capabilities that we're also excited about with the new generations of models. Number two, nevertheless, that's what we've got at the moment. So we need to be very thoughtful about how we're going to manage the risks of the current and indeed the frontier generation of models. Number three, we need to do that scientifically. You might be quite surprised if you looked into it hard at the current state of play of safety research, which is not really very scientific. I've seen many experiments in which nothing is ever repeated, so you really don't have any idea what was the role of chance. Quite a lot of experiments are written up in a way that nobody else could try and reproduce them. So we need a proper scientific method. And the fourth one, the most important one, is inclusivity. So in many, many dimensions, you can't help working in this field without really, really noticing the lack of gender inclusivity and, of course, all the other protected characteristics. And I would go further and say, there were people from the Global South there saying, please don't forget us. There were people with rarer languages set there saying we need linguistic inclusivity. And I think the last one, actually, is we need to find a real way to hear what the public says about all this.
That's an interesting one. I mean, even in your answer, Angela, you've just gone really from thinking about frontier models and existential risks to the kind of inclusivity agenda, which is a much more nearer term practical thing. I mean, just in terms of the summit, was it able to navigate its way through because sometimes I just find the conversation gets incredibly muddled between we're all going to be blown up and we need the models not to be discriminating in subtle ways that we didn't understand. And these are completely different conversations, really.
I thought that was pretty well managed in the way the morning was set up. So, which went from a session on misuse by bad actors through to some of the really more forward-looking risks, through to a very serious discussion about deployment now and what it means for society.
Right, yeah. Matt, your reflections on the week and what comes out of it, where it all goes now.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll start with your introduction. I mean, joking aside about Dominic Cummings, this is my last day as a public servant. I return to being a venture capitalist next week, which is exciting. And the reason I say that is, I took a 10-week leave of absence from my day job to come and help organize the summit. And the reason I'm emphasizing that is that I actually think one of the real successes is that this is not yet, and hopefully won't become, a partisan issue. I'm not a political guy. I never met any of the politicians that I ended up working for before I started doing this. But I came in because I really believe that AI is the most important technology thing that's happening in the world, and getting it right matters so much. And I suppose my first reflection is I was really heartened, both through the process and at the summit, to meet so many people who sort of came with that perspective that actually this is an issue where there is a landing zone of consensus, not on every part of either the risks or the mitigations, but actually we can all get behind, I think as we showed with the Bletchley Declaration, the communique signed by all 28 countries, there is a landing zone here where we can have a sensible conversation that's not yet polarized, and I think that's so important. And as Angela says, I think the key to maintaining that is to put this on a scientific footing. Really saying, empirically, what do we know and what do we need to know in order to make AI safe? And I think that hopefully was one of the threads that both went into the summit, through it, and comes out the other side. So that's probably the first thing I'd say. I think the second thing I would emphasize is that, again, I'm new to government and certainly new to diplomacy, and yet spent the last 10 weeks mainly on a plane going around the world talking to people about this. And if I put my sort of patriotic hat on for a second, one thing I'm proud of is that the UK does have a role here, and actually a convening role that's hard for actually some of the obvious bigger country to pull off. And I do think it was a special moment, hopefully, in the history and future of global AI governance to have on the stage on Wednesday morning, Secretary Raimondo from the US Department of Commerce and Vice Minister Wu from the Chinese Ministry of Science and Technology, actually using very similar vocabulary, a very similar taxonomy for thinking about risk and mitigation. And I think that's something that the UK was able to do that would have been hard, frankly, for our friends in Washington to do. And then maybe the final thing I'll say is something about what next. I suppose the overwhelming feeling I had this morning is that the work starts now. Fortunately, not for me. But for officials and politicians, we have set up, I think, a moment where there's a really clear mandate for urgent action, continued action on the international scene, but also domestically with the AI Safety Institute that was announced. And just to wrap up and try and tie it back to your sort of follow-up question to Angela, I feel like I spent a lot of the last 10 weeks just trying to dispel false dichotomies. And I think one of them is short-term, long-term. I really think this is one of the least illuminating ways of thinking about AI safety. One thing we were very clear about in setting up this summit is we were not interested in anything long-term if that means beyond 2024. And I think one of the things that people should know is that there is a really broad spectrum of opinion on where we are, but we didn't talk about actually, Elon Musk last night did talk about killer robots. I spent the last 10 weeks telling you.
Stole the whole show, man.
Well, I want to be very clear, that was not a summit event last night. I spent the last 10 weeks telling people, don't worry, it's not about killer robots. And then Elon's like, actually, it is about killer robots. But if you take that moment aside, actually what this summit was about was the 2024 models that we expect to be released. Yeah. And it's really worth saying, we already have powerful models. We know that there are at least 5 or 6 companies that are training models that they will release next year that in some cases will have 100 times more resource invested in them than the ones they have now. Now, I'm not saying, I don't think anyone said at the summit that therefore those models are going to take over the world. But what we are saying is we don't know, and no one knows what capabilities they will have.
Know the consequences.
Exactly, and so the short-term stuff, rights and discrimination is so important, but let's remember that will be a problem for next year's models, and the bioweapon stuff might be a problem, and the cyber stuff might be a problem. So, it's not short-term, long-term. We've got 12 months to really decide what we want to do about that.
Okay, but sorry, you go back to being, you leave, your role is gone now. So
I came to run a summit, and I believe I've run a summit.
and it seems to have gone pretty well, Matt. So yeah, okay, good. And then Peter. So you weren't there, but I know you think very hard about these issues. Talk us through what you've taken away, and you've had meetings with some of the participants, of course, in the days they've been here. Talk us through your feelings at the end.
I am loving this demob happy map that we see before us at the moment. Yeah, so I think that should be exploited. Twice, Evan, in your comments, you have pinpointed my social ostracisation this week. But being an optimist in general and a tech optimist specifically, there are 2 advantages that have come out of this ostracization and social isolation I've experienced at this summit. The first was that I had a perspective on this that the other panelists didn't, because I consumed this summit in a not different way than a lot of people who didn't go to the conference, but also the way that people who are consuming their news up and down the country would have done. The second thing is that by not being there, and if I had been there, let's be frank, I would have been in a room with these very interesting people and got to shake their hand and have a 10-second conversation. As it was, they all got in touch in advance and asked if I could have a bilateral with them at some point. So I've spent an hour with many of these very key figures who have flown in, which has been the most extraordinary set of seminars that I've had this week from the people who created, founded, run some of these massive organizations which are global in their reach and having a huge impact on our life and have huge potential for benefit. but also have potential risks that we need to manage. So for me, as somebody who loves being a student, it's been a great week of being a student for me as well. My observations as a politician looking from the outside are that this summit, and huge credit to Matt for doing this, Matt is extraordinarily effective. The day I was appointed, which was only a few short weeks ago, one of the first people who managed to somehow get hold of my mobile number and batter me down with information about AI in the summit was Matt. As he said a minute ago, very keen to be cross-party. I strive to look for areas where we can cooperate cross-party. And Matt has a lot to be praised for from the way he's approached this to do so and deliver for you the stability that you need into the long term for those people who are practitioners and running organisations. My observations are that I am pleased that Rishi Sunak and the government did this summit, that put so much energy and effort into it, and also political capital too. It was worth doing. It is a needed summit and hopefully a series of summits that have come out of it. The challenges that I had with it, from my perspective, were the way it was framed to the public and framed to legislators, because many legislators will be looking on at this as well from the outside, not having been participant in it, is a very strange set of contradictory expectations being set for it. The speech that the Prime Minister made at the very beginning of the summit, a couple of days before the summit, going into it, had two themes. One theme was that this is an existential threat to two things he named. Firstly, national security, and secondly, life. He did say that this technology will lead to the potential for loss of life. And the second theme was, and I quote, "We shouldn't rush into regulation." Now, if you are a consumer, a citizen, that's looking at these two things, a technology that could potentially lead to loss of life, threatens our way of life, and also threatens our national security. But then secondly, we shouldn't rush into legislation or regulation. You see a contradiction, because I don't know a Prime Minister or a leader in the past that has set expectations for threat so high and then expectations for action so low. So I think this comes to the heart of, and I'm speaking as a politician and a Labour politician, the challenge that we have with the Prime Minister that is very, very good at understanding detail, but quite poor at the execution of politics and where the public need to be. So that was going into the summit. Through the summit, we had, I think, what was coming out was incredibly useful, important work, which got to where we do need to take those first steps going forward. Of course, you couldn't help but being distracted by the fireworks that were going off. You know, we had solid conversation in the front, but then a firework of the Vice President from the US flying in and doing a speech outside of the summit on the day the summit first started, announcing a series of measures which were in a slightly different landing place to where the summit was going in terms of the legislative framework. And you can't help but notice these differences. So we now have a regulatory environment where the EU is about to regulate quite stridently in terms of the requirements to release test data. The US have just done similarly in the very week of the summit with legal requirements to release test data, and for the UK to sit in the middle as a voluntary scheme. So I think these are the kinds of things we need to sort of hammer out. I understand why Matt would say we shouldn't just separate the long term from the short term. I believe the same, but there are some very short-term opportunities which are before us that government really, really needs to focus on to get right, to harness, not just in the delivery of public services, but so we can make sure we get innovation through the regulatory process, and the regulatory landscape is fit for purpose. We need to test it in a bit more detail, and we need to make sure that it gets out the other side and is being used in public services, saving lives, creating inefficiencies, but also getting economic growth out there. I think there was an opportunity missed to focus how globally we can use technology that is already before us to lead to greater stability, to tackle the potential harm to democratic processes and these things that are before us in a very important year for democracy coming up in 2024. And I would have liked to have seen a bit more of that on the agenda, bearing in mind that politicians like talking about these sorts of things. But it's good. And coming out the other side, it is an absolute achievement that we're going to have a series of other conferences going through all forward
It
annually.
was the beginning of something, it
Yeah.
wasn't the end of it. Let's be frank. I don't want to be cheap here. Peter, I do want to ask you what you thought of the Elon Musk, Rishi Sunak experience last night, because it has slightly dominated the conversation this morning. And maybe that's the problem with it, because obviously we don't want Elon Musk to be stealing the show. But what did you think, just politically?
You're inviting me to be partisan here, and I'm trying
I
so
don't know.
hard to
Well,
show...
You could say it was a great idea.
show-
I don't know. I mean,
Well, look, it is a great idea for prime ministers and leaders of our country to be engaging with people like Elon Musk. You know, we can't kid the public that these people aren't extraordinarily powerful. Elon Musk put more objects and weight into space in the last year than any other country on Earth. Elon Musk has, as well as all of the sort of the libertarian stuff and some of the the slightly very eccentric comments that he comes out with, he is one of the key individuals that will has the potential to play a key role in the outcome of the Ukraine war. So there is a lot that is very serious about him that needs to be engaged with. But I come back to that same principle I said before, because it applies in this situation. Rishi Sunak is very good at understanding detail, and he clearly was having the time of his life in the clips that I saw. And it's great that you can see him having the time of his life. But the politics of it, you didn't have to be somebody who was particularly well informed to know that a conversation with Elon Musk at the end of a very important global summit is going to obliterate all of the important messages that are going to come out. The fact that that conversation is leading the headlines today on most major news agencies, including the BBC, I think is quite strange choice of headline prioritization, particularly the ones that they are coming up with. Look. The technology we're talking about in terms of the software, the companies and the resources they have behind it, because the resources being put into these technologies now exceeds the ability of what our government can do in terms of investment into some of these. So it's really important. But couple that with the creativity and the power that AI potentially has. Any of us can give an outlandish situation, and it could conceivably be true at some point in the future. We could lean into sort of ending disease. You could lean into a threat to humanity. You could lean into robots doing crazy things, because the power of this technology is so great, and the future, hasn't happened yet. You can make these things, but for us as a body politic to focus on these rather than the things that we have in front of us, I think is misguided.
I definitely don't want Elon Musk to hijack this bit of the conversation. Right, I want to pick up on something Angela said, which you agreed with, Matt, which is about letting the science take over. So, firstly, we've got a new institutional structure, really, don't we? We have the AI Safety Institute here. There'll be a similar one in the US. We've got a global thing. Does it have a name, Matt? The IPCC thing, the sort of, like the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, we'll have an Intergovernmental Panel on AI. Is that?
I don't think we're calling it that. I can't remember what it's called. I don't think the output has a name. There is going to be a state of the science report that is an input to the next summit.
I mean, the Prime Minister literally said it's like the...
absolutely. No.
Which is a model that has...
And I think if you read the Bletchley Declaration, it acknowledges that inspiration, I think. Certainly the thing we put out on the state of the
So we've got an institution structure, but I suppose the question for you, Angela, is you're saying... we want scientists. We want the science to take over. We need experiments. It's just, do we really want the scientists to be running all of this? I mean, because there is a sort of, it's bigger than the scientists, isn't it?
Actually, what I said was that it needs to be done in a scientific way. So that's about the experiments that are done, and many of them will need to be done by, I would like to see quite a range of people doing the experiments, but you do them in a way that lets other people copy what you did, and see if they believe what you say happened. And what else does it do? It does properly designed experiments, so you can tell, well, how much of the difference that I saw was just chance, and how much is really the difference between, let's say, this model and that model, or this scenario and that scenario. So actually, I didn't say scientist, I said scientific method, which is a different thing. And I think that's a good point. I think we want lots of people working on this, both inside the Safety Institute and much more widely.
Yeah, and I think, to build on Angela's point, I think the thing that I really like about where we've got to on the AI Safety Institute is that it is going to be a scientific research-led organization. It's not a regulator. It's not making policy. But clearly, its findings can and should inform policy. Yeah. I think Angela's absolutely right that a lot of safety research to date has certainly not been done in the way that we normally do science. Now, the Safety Institute isn't like the answer. I think we're going to need a vibrant ecosystem of private, non-profit, and government-backed organizations doing research on AI safety, and in particular on this narrow thing of model evaluations. I think the bit that I would just really emphasize is that this is a very weird technology where capability has been so concentrated in the private sector. You know, if you think about other technologies that have had this much potential geopolitical or strategic impact, I can't think of any that were solely concentrated in the private sector before. Now, the Safety Institute is not going to try and build AI systems to compete with Google or OpenAI. But what it is trying to do, and you know, I think, again, it's sort of the line the Prime Minister used yesterday, which I think has resonated with a lot of people, is if you're one of these companies that's building this powerful technology and you're going to tell people that it's very powerful, you can't mark your own homework when it comes to evaluating whether it's harmful or not. And so, you know, some of that is going to sit in the safety.
Can I chip in there? So it seems to me that there are three roles. And this is a strange moment because at the moment, we know we're not very good at evaluating them.
Absolutely.
So the first step, and that needs to be done, I think, by government, is to figure out, with help from the companies, is to figure out how can we evaluate safety. Yes. The second step is, I think, basically the policy question. What safety evaluations are we going to demand? And then the third step will be for the companies who wish to sell this stuff to pay to demonstrate that their products do indeed have these safety properties. Right. So although there's a lot for government to do at the moment, it's about establishing what are the rules going to be about what is safe. It's not about showing that this product is safe and this isn't in the long run.
It's not the British Standards Institute giving a stamp saying this is what we found, but it's more like the MHRA, the drug regulator, who
not yet.
Pull together the data from companies in their own.
I would say it's as if the MHRA did not yet know what tests they wish the drug to pass.
Right, okay.
It's an open research. I think it's a really important point to make that it's an open research question. And, you know, and that's a real challenge, and the companies would say the same. I think, like, you know, probably there's lots that came out this time. Probably the thing I'm most proud of is this agreement that we announced yesterday between a set of like-minded countries, so, you know, G7, and then the companies at the frontier that acknowledged what Angela just said. And it's the first time it's actually been acknowledged that actually there is some of these evaluations can only be done by government. I don't want private companies to know enough about building bioweapons that they can do an effective evaluation of that. But it's not just that. You know, I think this point that Angela made about, like, what are the tests that we as a public, you know, as a political community want to be done, and how do we make sure that they tell us something important and valuable about safety?
And I suppose the other concern would be some of the risks are social, the social risks. Let's say misinformation, the possibility of, and Sam Altman's been very concerned about the kind of ability to persuade people in a convincing way, in a very personalized way, of things that they shouldn't believe. Those would be difficult for scientists to test, because those are more like, you're not really going to know what effect something has on the public, are you, Angela?
Well, there is a scientific discipline that studies mis and disinformation, and it will have to step up to the new, very personalised version of mis and disinformation. I'm not without hope about that. I'm pretty worried about the pace. It seems to, you know, one of the things. How many elections is it next year?
Yeah, there was a great moment in the session yesterday where one of the leaders pointed out that next year the three biggest democracies in the world all go to the polls. You know, sort of India, Indonesia, and the US. And as the Prime Minister said in his press conference, there might even be an election here next year. And I do think this is, you know, talking about long-term, short-term. This is a real challenge, and actually we did talk about this at the summit, and you know, in the session on societal harms, I think this was a big focus.
So Peter, I want you to pick up on that. So it's two things really. One is, are you happy with the institutional framework, the AI Safety Institute, and that sticks under Labour government, presumably.
Yes.
And secondly, the misinformation and how worried you are about elections next year.
Yeah.
It's separate. Yeah.
The Institute is a good idea, and now we have multiple ones. The US are going to do one, the EU are going to do one. It's a good idea. My only concern is the fact that there's not a legal requirement to release data, and I just think we just need to have that framework, which brings us into line with our global partners. And I mean, look, at the moment, every one of the AI companies that's producing on the scale that we're talking about here has signed this, but we don't know that there's not going to be another one. We don't know there'll be a breakaway one, and then that doesn't sign it, because at the moment it's not a requirement. So there's a lot of uncertainties going forward, and I just think that would be the way just to nail that down. It's a linked thing with its impact on democracy, because the EU is going next year as well. Britain will go next year. It is a very important, in terms of population, it's about 2.5 billion people will be electing their government next year. But in terms of GDP, the world's GDP, it is the majority of the world's economy is going to be electing its government in the next 18 months. So we need to get this right. DeepMind, and I've been thinking about this quite deeply, because DeepMind is the first AI company that is really trying to bake in watermarking on video content generated by AI by using its AI. I want to understand if that is a product of DeepMind being domiciled here in the UK, with staff being drawn in from around the world. But there's a lot of European people there, a lot of British people there, and when you speak to Demis, who is clearly very he's not shy about talking about his love of country and his pride about being domiciled here in the UK. This is important to him. So, if where you're domiciled and the culture around the business is important to these things, then of course that's just one more reason why I want Britain to be leading the way in development, so that we have a society where people do come to do these developments, and it is baked in from the start that democratic values and the values we share with our international partners are important from the outset. But we have to get this nailed down, because if we go through a set of elections and technology that's produced by some of these companies is undermining our democratic values as a society, it will have a terrible impact on faith and trust in these companies. It will have a terrible impact on the products these companies produce and their ability to actually mainstream it across society and across our economy, because consumers will simply be resistant to its use.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, Angela, whether it's on misinformation specifically, which is a sort of very near-term possibility as we go into a big election year, whether scientists need to explain to the public, be careful what you and how you use, because there's a tendency to think we need to sort of regulate the liars, and that might work. But maybe you just have to tell the public, lock your door against potential liars who are trying to break into your brain, because that's the first kind of protection. And it's sort of, you're not going to really stop people misusing this stuff, I'm guessing.
I think that's right, and I think we're pretty convinced that actually going further than that, you don't just need to say to the public, watch out, some people lie, which I think they probably already know, but you can show people the actual tricks that are going to be used against
educate
this,
people,
and so that people know to watch out for
fake photos or
videos.
videos.
I mean, perhaps you could compare with other people. Are we all getting the same message, or is this something really personalised? So yes, I think time is coming up to start doing that.
Well, I think that's really important. So there's a regulatory and legal part of this, absolutely. Yeah. There's a educating the public part of this, and there is actually a technological part of this. I mean, although I have obviously spent a lot of the last 10 weeks emphasizing the risks, which I think are super important, one of the counter-arguments often made by people that think we've maybe overstated the risks is that you just need a good AI to fight the bad AI. Now, I think that's a pretty naive framing of it. But there is something in that actually, at this scale, what we actually sort of need is tools that allow us to sort of scan the information environment and say something. And I think that, in general, one thing I would say about all these risks is that, yes, regulating kind of having very clear standards on the models is important, but also hardening the world is so important.
Well,
so I think the bio thing, I want it, because bio has come up a lot, like bioweapons. Probably the best defense we have there is to make it really hard to send an instruction from an AI model to a cloud lab. We can harden the world against some of these risks without touching the models. And I think that's true in misinformation and elections in a lot of these ways.
I think that is a very, very important way of looking at it. It's not just about regulating the actors. It's also about preparing the world for what they're doing. I want to just raise the subject of industrial policy. And Peter, do you worry that, because every country is basically going to say we share a view about the risks. They're also going to say we want to be global world beaters at AI. We want a strong domestic industry in it. And do we worry that essentially the consensus that's been achieved on how to proceed in safety terms will break down as competition begins to emerge, and so countries will orient their regulation or lighten their regulation against their domestic players in order to make sure they can beat the world, for example? I just wonder whether there's a sort of a negative interaction between the desire to grow your own industry and to regulate the global industry.
History tells a different picture. I think when the globe faces technology which could pose a danger to life and also our way of life, then history does tell us that most governments, in the name of their people, come to globally recognized solutions for it. It's not always watertight. It's not always ideal. But I lean towards the view that some of the big challenging threats that could emerge in the future, I think that most governments will act in good faith.
So like nuclear.
So I don't want to use the word nuclear in relation to it, because I think it does start generating the wrong sort of images. But I think, but we are talking about those sorts of things. But it's actually, there's loads of things that we don't talk about very much as well, and also civil nuclear is a good example. But I think that there is, I think Matt did just touch on an important point. I mean, many of the solutions that AI is going to be thrown up are going to be solved by using AI in the tools that they do, in the same way that technology in the past has proven as well. But some of the look, when we get to the heart of this, some of the technology and the power of computing and what that enables to be done in terms of programming is throwing up questions which will be morally and ethically challenging. I simply come to a foundational principle that I would rather that work is done here in Britain with a Labour government oversighting it than it's done elsewhere with a government that actually has a different purpose for it. Because these are things that a serious government will shape and help to steer in a way that benefits life, benefits our economy, and benefits people in the workplace, because it can be a huge benefit in the workplace. We need to make sure that we harness it and shape it in that way, because we can do things that, if we talk about China, that can't do at the moment because of their ideological view of governance. And we need to make sure that that's a competitive advantage. And sometimes that will mean working with like-minded countries in a very, very steadfast way, and we need to do it.
Angela, you want?
Well, I just want to jump in and say, I think there's a much happier answer than the sort of race to the bottom that you proposed there, which is that by being, let's have a think, a proportionate, transparent, speedy regulator, that's actually the way to win. People will flock to a country where they can get their technology regulated in a way that helps them grow their business. So I think there's a much happier answer.
So the companies want to be regulated. I mean, they want good regulation. They're not looking
But it's more than that. There's a real opportunity for a race to the top. The only AI that the public will adopt is safe AI. Companies are going to have to compete on safety. It's it's a given. And
Should we have a real discussion? Do you think we have safe social media? Is our social media child safe at the moment? I think we have to admit it's not.
I think we have to admit it's not, but I think if we look at who is the purchaser and what, so the reason I'm sort of optimistic about this
I'm optimistic too,
is that actually I think if you're big company X and you want to integrate a chat feature into your product, you are not going to pay for one that occasionally puts Nazi lines in its output. You're just not. And actually, I think I think you're absolutely right about social media, but it's partly because of the business model. And the business model doesn't actually incentivize responsibility. But actually, a lot of where AI will be used, to your point, actually, Peter, is in the workplace. And actually, safety in the workplace is going to be non-negotiable.
Yeah.
Can I say quickly, Evan, I visited Huddersfield Hospital earlier this week, the first hospital in the UK that's now integrated AI into its radiotherapy department, and it is quite breathtaking what they're doing with it. So I won't go into it, but the outcomes are that you get a scan result back in 7 seconds. So by the time the patient has got to the door of the room, 20% of people who go for chest X-rays are given the all clear, but it'll take 5 days to 2 weeks to get that all clear by the time it's gone through the manual oversight process. AI is extraordinarily good at delivering all clears with very high precision. So people are told instantly that they're free of cancer, so don't worry, and then move to whatever the cause of the issue is. But the other thing about that is that the radiographer that I spoke to, who spends most of his time doing the all clears, which is quite low-level work, he's gone back to university, come back retrained, and he's now focusing on identifying specialist cancers, and then alerting that to the consultant. And he simply couldn't have been happier, because this is what he wanted his life to be in this department, long term. And his job has been upskilled as a result. So this is an indication of how good it is. And I'll just say this as well, because I think there's an issue that I think a lot of people feel disconnected from AI, even though they're using it, they just don't know it. We have to earn trust and make sure people feel the benefits of it. The other thing that I saw at Huddersfield was that people go in with abdominal pain, but AI is very good at detecting anomalies, which is very, very early stage in parts of the body that aren't being looked at primarily because where the pain is. So in particular, lung cancer. So this technology is very good at alerting doctors to go and look at areas that actually previously, and just with the naked eye, often it gets missed. Now, I lost my mum to lung cancer 11 years ago. She had presented for 18 months with pain. She had had 3, maybe 4 scans in that time that hadn't picked it up. It was only detected when she collapsed, and then she died 4 weeks later. So I stood in this room seeing AI being applied, being used by workers who had been upskilled, and I came to the conclusion personally that I have no doubt whatsoever that if my mum had been in that department, having that technology and those human skills, my mum would be alive today. And I can't think of a better reason to use this tech and be optimistic about the potential it can do than thinking that actually, it could have saved your mum's life.
I mean, I'm getting signals that we're out of time. I'm glad you sort of, at this late stage in the conversation, we had a really specific example of something that is, a positive, really positive application. Last question for you, Angela, is whether we are thinking about adoption and how to spread this stuff to get the advantages. We clearly now had a safety summit. There were some who didn't want it to be a safety summit. They wanted it to be a summit about AI, which might steer it towards benefits as well as kind of dangers. But I just, are we very good at, for example, saying, my God, look what they're doing here. Make sure everybody's doing this, by the end of next year. We shouldn't hang around. Do we need an institute on how to adopt AI as well as how to
No, I think we all just need to get on with adopting AI that is both effective and safe.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of yearning in government to do that.
Yeah. We've had a great discussion. Start of the day. I hope you have a good rest of the morning. Let us thank our panel, Peter Kyle, Matt Clifford, and Angela Dame Angela.
Thank you so much. Thank you to Evan, to Dame Angela, Matt, and Peter for kicking off today. We're now going to hear from a panel of experts who will share some international perspectives on AI. So I'm going to introduce our moderator for the next session, Kevin Allison, President and Head of Research at Minerva Technology Policy Advisors. Kevin, welcome to the stage.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. It was delightful to hear the first session today, hearing from Matt and others involved at the very high political level on the summit. For this session, we're going to look at global AI diplomacy. So We've heard from the political level. Now we're going to hear from the civil service, working level diplomats, and other members of civil society who are also working on the issue of global AI policy. This summit has come at an extraordinary time. I've called it almost the autumn festival of AI diplomacy. So we just had these 2 meetings up at Bletchley Park over the course of this week. Next week in Paris, we have OECD meetings on AI. In December, we have GPAY, the Global Partnership on AI, meeting in Delhi in India for the very first time to talk about expert views on, and projects and applied work to try to solve and address and solve AI risks and AI safety problems. We also have an ongoing process within the G7 countries, the world's 7 biggest economies, to discuss principles and a code of conduct for AI safety. So it's a fascinating time, and for this audience here at the Fringe, we want to help put this in context. What does it mean to be doing AI diplomacy? What does the outcome of a summit like we've just had over the past 2 days at Bletchley Park, what does it really mean? One of the themes that is a common thing that I pick up on in my work is that it can often feel like global diplomacy around an urgent issue, like what to do about AI, can feel frustratingly slow. But I want to kind of unpack a little bit how diplomats look at the outcomes of this kind of summit. What does summitry really mean? So we're going to spend a bit of time on that. We're also going to talk about how different countries in different regions of the world bring different perspectives to what are the most important issues. So I hope you will join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists today. As I said, my name is Kevin Allison. I work for Minerva Technology Policy Advisors. We're a geopolitical and technology policy consulting firm focused on AI. I've had the great pleasure to introduce to my immediate left Daniel Remler, who's the AI policy coordinator for the US State Department. Linda Bonyo, who is the CEO and founder of Lawyers Hub, an organization based in Kenya that works across the African continent on data privacy, digital policy, and AI issues. And then finally, Charlotte Watts, the Foreign, Commonwealth, and Development Office's lead scientific advisor. So we're going to spend some time with our guests picking apart some of these issues and trying to put global AI diplomacy in context. So please, big welcome for our panelists.
So, Charlotte, I wanted to start with you.
Okay.
We've had 2 days of a summit that I think is fair to say exceeded expectations. Can you talk, again, from the perspective of a diplomat working on technology issues, what were the sort of big accomplishments of the summit? What were the key diplomatic deliverables or the outputs of the summit? Help us understand a little bit where they kind of rank, the sort of sequence they came out in, and what their significance is as kind of objects of global diplomacy. Can you just run us through,
Sure.
from your perspective, what we accomplished this week?
Okay, yeah, and I'll give you the top lines, and then we can get into other elements on the conversation. I mean, this was a big deal. This was a huge achievement. You said it exceeded expectations. Our expectations were high. We always aim high. And I mean, the thing that was really important about this meeting, it was the first AI summit, that it brought together 28 countries was really significant. You know, it wasn't a G77 conversation, a G20 conversation only. It was really trying to get that breadth of geographic participation. It had the US, EU, and China all talking about AI safety, for example. And the achievements that there wasn't a consensus. There are clearly huge opportunities around AI, but also significant risks, and particularly when we think of the future generations and iterations of AI, the range of risks that we could face. And then lastly, the need for coordinated international action on frontier AI, you know, in the systems where we face the biggest risks. That agreement was something that took a lot of conversation. When you're working up to a summit, you have a Sherpa with Jonathan Black, who was literally going from capital to capital having the conversations, listening, understanding, really sort of thinking about actually where is there consensus, where do we need further conversations. So that statement, and I hope you've all looked at the Bletchley statement, is really important, and we're delighted that it was achieved. I think other big things clearly were the establishment of, by the UK and the US, of AI safety institutes. I think it was discussed in the last panel a little bit, a really important step forward to think about what are the practical ways governments can start think about looking at AI safety. I think there are also other very strong messages about the importance that benefits are shared widely, the importance of wider participation in AI, and then finally that it's an issue that governments need to engage in, private sector, the big tech companies and small tech companies to engage with, but also a really important role for civil society and communities as well. And then lastly, I think, this was the first summit. You were talking about the plethora of activities. That reflects the significance. So I'd be more worried if there wasn't lots of follow-up activities than that there are loads. And the key ones that were agreed was a 6-month follow-up in South Korea, and then a year's time, the follow-up in France, led by France.
Great. So Daniel, you spend your entire job just focused on global AI diplomacy. Help us put the summit that happened here in the UK this week in that global context. Where does the Bletchley Park discussion fit into this bigger conversation that I think it's worth pointing out has been going on for some time? Help us just understand the landscape of all these different events and tracks that are going on now diplomatically.
Well, you've stolen my thunder, Kevin, a little bit, because I was going to say that this conversation has been going on for a while. And that's important to note, because that is the context in which the UK summit happened. So the OECD, a group of mostly industrialized economies, has been working on AI for a long time. It set out the first set of intergovernmental principles on AI in 2018, as well as principles for different actors across the AI lifecycle. And the G20 adopted these principles, so you've already got a significant critical mass of states that agreed to a very basic set of broad AI principles. The UN has been working on AI for years. UNESCO had the recommendation on the ethics of AI in 2020. And the G7 even, though it made news this week with a code of conduct for developers of advanced AI systems, has been working on AI since 2016, also first begun under Japan's presidency back then. And there's many other initiatives. You mentioned the Global Partnership for AI. India is going to take over as chair. France and Canada both play prominent roles there. The role of GPAY, as it's known, is to push forward practical projects on AI and AI governance. So each of these initiatives have slightly overlapping but different areas of focus. And so anybody that works in AI diplomacy has to have some inherent skepticism of a new initiative. But the UK has clearly cleared that hurdle this year and demonstrated over the course of the last few days that the summit filled a niche that was missing. So the focus on the long-term risks of AI was significant and new. Bringing together a diverse group of states as well as civil society and businesses represented at very, very high levels was quite impressive to me. And the fact that France and South Korea have lined up as the next hosts, as Charlotte said, I think demonstrates the long-term commitment of different states to doing this. And the United States worked very closely with the UK government to make this year a success, and will continue to work with France and Korea to make the next installments success. So you have these different pieces of the AI diplomatic landscape fitting together this year, and now we can start to take steps to really take more concrete action.
Okay, Linda.
Yes.
I want to ask you about your work in a kind of pan-African context and how countries on the African continent are looking at this set of AI issues. But before we do that, so Charlotte and Daniel are diplomats. You work in a civil society context. Can you just spend a few minutes just telling us a little bit about your work and the types of organizations and the governments that you're speaking to and what what you're doing to kind of help work on these data privacy and AI issues.
Thanks so much, Kevin. I would want to say that maybe first of all, Africa has been mentioned twice by yourself, and a lot of the talk has been the US, China, now the UK, as well as what Europe is doing. And I think that's really unfortunate for the world, in every single, aspect of it. At the Lawyers Hub, we've been working to bring together different digital policy players to talk about the concerns of the African continent and how that fits in with the global conversations. So 3 years ago, we did an AI policy conference that brought together 2,500 lawyers and technologists from across Africa. And I think that was the first, because I think that the world focuses, and we've seen this from colonization, that, in my village, they come and say, we discovered, I was the first to see, river, wherever. Myself, I'm the first from my village to see River Thames. But it's not true. There's things happening in the world, but I don't think that the way the current media and political structure does not actually give opportunity for Africa to have those conversations, or even to have, to be noticed for those conversations. I also think that there's a presumption that involving involving India in the room means that you have the global South with you. And maybe the structures and groupings are broken because then they are not representative of who we are. We had a discussion, I think, from the panel on Monday. We had a discussion outside, and a friend from Brazil told me, how is Brazil and Africa the same place as the global South? Like, we have such different concerns and needs, and how do they just lump us into one corner? When I'm in Europe and I'm in the US, it looks really similar. It may feel homogeneous, but that's not the truth about all these other parts of the world. And I think we need to recognize that. One of the successes of, I think, India with G20 is on really bringing to fore the conversation on digital public infrastructure and saying that the struggles that you have around having the latest iPhone is not the same as the struggles that we have where we come from. We're struggling with digitization. We're struggling with actually what belongs to in private hands, and this we're seeing with AI, that is a lot in the private hands and private companies and not in the hands of government. And so government is trying to play catch up. But we have been trying to play catch up with the rest of the world for such a long time. I also just want to follow up on the conversation on what's happening in Africa, and so we've had discussions on how do you further AI, especially on AI policy within the African continent, not even about AI innovations and how to build innovations in that particular context. So the African Union has been working on an AI strategy for the continent for the past 2 years. And I've been on the panel representing the United Nations on that. They've made progress led by Egypt to get a continental strategy. And hopefully in February, from the conversation that's coming out, they'll be able to adopt that at the African Union level. But then we have different countries like Egypt, Rwanda, and Ghana that have come up with national AI strategies. And we see that the jump towards having laws. This week we had a draft AI and robotics law coming from Kenya, which is a private member's bill and not necessarily the government position. But we've seen the build-up in terms of Kenya coming in and saying, we need to have an assessment of what's in the sector, which was done in 2019, and then figure out what takes us to the next point. But I also want to say that we are seeing a serious capacity gap in terms of engagement. And the same sort of concerns we've been having around how do we participate? And today, I'm glad to be on this panel, but I'm really saddened that many civil society groups, including those in the UK, were not able to attend this particular conference. And so it becomes an echo chamber of similar voices, just speaking to each other, but not really hearing the diversity of experiences that we have outside there. And also the UN Tech, I think the UN Secretary General announced the Global Advisory Body on AI. It's so unfortunate that there's no single African civil society represented in that particular body. And we assume that because someone is black and they're based in Australia, that they represent Africa. I think the way we measure success in this current world is broken and something needs to be fixed.
You've raised a whole lot of fascinating points there, and I want to unpack some of this. So first, just on the idea of the Global South being this construct, and even Africa, really, it almost makes no sense to even talk about Africa as a singular entity. It's many countries with many different perspectives. From your perspective and from your experience with the governments and other organizations that you've worked with, how does the the people that you have experience helping on these issues, how are they looking at AI safety and AI risk versus just access to digital tools, including AI, to accomplish economic growth objectives? Because that is a tension in the global debate. It's these different countries or groups of countries or regions are taking different perspectives on what the urgent issues around AI are, and that complicates the global diplomacy on this. So I'd really value hearing your perspective on that from the work that you've done and the experience that you've had.
Thank you. So we've been trying to set up capacity building programs for the judiciary, for members of parliament across Africa who are lawyers. And one of the days that I was training about artificial intelligence, I spoke about AI. From the beginning, I kept saying AI, AI, AI. And then at the end, somebody came and he raised his hand and said, you know, Linda, the entire time you talked about AI, I just knew you were talking about artificial insemination. And I said, oh my God. Then I told him, actually, it's the same concept. But it tells you that the world is not the same. And the challenges that we have with our policymakers is not the same. Yeah. And so when we talk about AI in Africa, it's just in pockets, bits and pieces where people are talking about these conversations, but it's not a mainstream conversation. We've seen, you know, for instance, if you look at the elections that have happened in Africa, in Kenya in 2013 about disinformation, really people don't tie down the issue to what my newsfeed shows me and what AI can do in that sense. So we don't have that correlation in terms of what's happening. I also think that Africa is not represented at these global convenings because the same conversations on government to government is following the same institutions. So for instance, you want the Ministry of Trade to negotiate on data flows. We'll definitely negotiate with the other Ministry of Trade. But then we don't see that these skill sets don't exist in these institutions. And there's a sort of a tussle on how do you rework institutions that represent us in a way that they actually have the capacity to do it. And two, we don't negotiate things and don't talk about issues unless they're funded. For instance, Kenya's budget, education budget, is funded by, I think almost 70% is funded by Britain. Mm-hmm. And so what you want in our education sector is what we will have. Mm-hmm. You know, if you pay for it, we'll have it on the menu. And so I think that until AI is funded in Africa, you're not going to see it take center stage. Mm-hmm. And what does funding look like? And I'm glad that this week the AI for Development Fund was announced, you know, a collaboration, I think, of Canada, the UK, the US. That's really commendable. But the problem with funding, like lawyers have, we do amazing work. But it's interesting how people still want you to defend the work that you do on global stages because it's not written in their language, it's not reflective of who they are. And so we have funding going back to the same white people, unfortunately, who work in Africa and does not go into black pockets. That's unfortunate.
Charlotte, let me bring you in because I know that the capacity building has been a part, as Linda said, of some of the summit outcomes. So can you provide us some additional context and maybe responding to what Linda's been saying?
Yeah, sure. And I mean, I think you're making a load of really important points. I mean, my teams were working very heavily behind the scenes to talk with the USAID, with Canadians, with partners across a number of African countries, including sort of going to the Rwanda meeting, to Kenya and so on, to think about, very, very cognizant of that big risk of we haven't got the breadth of engagement around the world, that you have, at one level, in a number of African countries, really exciting AI innovators, small businesses coming up, but also gaps, right? And a need for capability to continue to create opportunities for people to make careers, make businesses in AI. Recognition also of the strength of universities, but there's more that could be done in universities on AI. And also the challenge of policymaking and how do you think about Africa as part of, you know, shaping their own decision-making about AI, just how do you make sure that they are, you know, have the right opportunities to learn and to be at the table, both domestically, regionally, and globally. So the AI for Development is really trying to bring resources around that. It's been listening through the conversations across Africa about what is needed and what, as a collection of donors, what we've tried to do is say, rather than do little bits and pieces all over the place, let's come together, let's pull together serious resources to fund a range of streams around capacity building, around policymakers' capability, around supporting institutes that can lead on AI, that can bring civil society groups into the fore as well to try and respond to those issues that you're talking about. And I mean, it's ourselves, it's USAID, it's Gates Foundation, it's a number of the tech companies are also signed up. And if anything, we're welcoming others to come on board, because for us, one of the risks is that AI is done to Africa. That sort of applications that have been developed on completely different continents are then being used and deployed, versus how do we ensure that AI is being generated by Africa for Africa?
Daniel, capacity building is one of these terms that gets thrown around in global diplomacy a lot. It's one of those terms that kind of makes my eyes glaze over, along with stakeholder engagement being another one. What it really means is we need people who understand the tech and understand the politics and can talk to people from different countries about it, right? And it's not a problem only in global South countries or across Africa. It's a problem everywhere. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the challenge of getting the capacity within both the State Department, but more broadly within government, within regulatory bodies, to tackle these AI problems. Because to get AI safety that allows us to deliver AI benefits, we've got to get policy right, and that has a huge capacity problem across for governments around the world. So from your perspective, working at state on these issues, what do you see as the big challenges, and what is the US government doing about that problem in the US context?
Well, it's a profound challenge, Kevin. I mean, the UK is standing up a new institution, the AI Safety Institute, after you already stood up ARIA to do many of these kinds of tech-related innovation challenges as well. The United States is going to have to set up our own AI Safety Institute, so we're going to have to staff it up with real technical expertise, many of whom are not currently in government. In fact, probably the overwhelming majority of them are not currently in government, and we're going to have to train folks that are already in government on new kinds of skills and methods of evaluating these very advanced and capable AI systems. In the executive order that President Joe Biden announced on Monday, there's an entire section on attracting talent both from abroad to the United States, but also attracting talent into the US government, and then training our existing workforce on AI. And this is the State Department plays a unique role in the sense that we both, obviously we're an agency, and so we have to attract talent to work at the State Department and train talent, but we also are the interface with the world in terms of visas and visitors and educational exchange programs. And the executive order lays out an ambitious array of tasks for us to streamline the visa process, to improve the H-1B visa process, J-1, all of these acronyms that are essential for the United States to be able to attract talent from around the world, and to ensure that that our AI innovation ecosystem is continuing to be at the forefront, but also that our government can attract the best and brightest from the United States and around the world. And as Kevin, as you mentioned, I mean, it's not a challenge just for an advanced economy. It's for economies all around the world to be able to do this effectively. And we're eager to partner with the UK through our AI Safety Institute on sharing talent, working together to understand how to do this more effectively so that our staff can be built up together, and to work with partners around the world, developed and developing countries, to make sure that this kind of capacity building continues. We have a small program at the United States, at the Department of State, called AI Connect, where we bring AI policymakers from around the world to bring them to fora like the OECD to be really at the forefront of AI technical policymaking, so that particularly in developing countries where there aren't the kinds of connections between the OECD and those governments, they can learn those skills and be involved in a more inclusive way in the policymaking process. So this is a challenge we're all facing, we're all trying to tackle. But I think the executive order at least gives us an ambitious set of tasks and marching orders to fulfill that.
Maybe just a quick follow-up. So the technology industry and civil society, like Linda mentioned, are other key players in this discussion. And so how is the State Department interfacing with both of those camps as it works, at a global level with other countries as well?
Yeah, this is essential. I mean, with the code of conduct announced by the G7 on Monday, we did something very unique, totally unique in the context of G7 digital policy, as far as I'm aware of, which is that we actually released a draft version of the guiding principles weeks ago at the UN Internet Governance Forum, which has a quite inclusive array of multi-stakeholders coming to it, and then we put that on our website, solicited input from civil society, from industry, from partner governments outside the G7. The European Commission did the same. I believe the Japanese government did the same, and that's highly unusual. I don't think the G7 really does that as a matter of course of putting out a draft document for public input, but we recognize that this was essential to get it right, both at the technical level, but also to grant our ultimate product a degree of needed legitimacy. And it's the reason why actually we called the code of conduct an international code of conduct, right? Not the G7 code of conduct, because we think that the technical criteria in there, the statement of values for democratic values and human rights, are applicable to countries all around the world. So that was essential, and I think that was a very innovative approach by the G7 to that product. And it's something that we're hoping to bring to other aspects of our AI diplomacy, working very closely with industry, both obviously large incumbents, but startups as well, civil society in the United States and in partner countries, and then with a broad, diverse array of foreign partners. And we're trying to bring AI into all of our bilateral and multilateral engagements, no matter what country it is, really.
Charlotte, I want to come back to the summit itself, and I want to talk about how diplomacy on really tough science and technology issues works. With my experience following cyber diplomacy, it moves so slowly. And the outcomes, there's clear outcomes of this summit this week in the UK. There's been a lot of announcements. The question that skeptics will pose is, isn't it all just talk? What's the real value of this? And when we were getting ready for this panel, we talked about how to think about summits as not just the meetings themselves, but all the work that goes into it and the sort of what comes after. Can you help us unpack that a little bit? Like, what is the actual real value of a summit like this beyond just the meetings and the outputs themselves?
Yeah, no, very happy. I mean, I'm a scientist, right? So I'm seconded into government as the chief scientist. I've been in government now for a few years. And that was one of the things that I only really understood once I'm in the inside, is just when it's the same with the COP meetings or other big global meetings. These basically provide these, in some respects, a deadline, right? Where you go, actually, we are going to come together. We want to achieve, we have an ambition of what we want to achieve. And then there's just a massive amount of legwork of diplomatic activity then to get and to maximize that chance of having really a successful agreement on something that will move the issue that you care about forward, right? AI safety. And so as I mentioned before, we had Jonathan Black, the Sherpa, going around all of our embassies, are talking to their counterparts in governments, really trying to work out, okay, what is your view, sort of working on that consensus and trying to get alignment on, the scale of the risks that we're talking about. What are the other issues that maybe need to be surfaced and brought to the table as part of this summit? So, and what you've also seen is a number of announcements. So the AI Institutes, the AI for Development, again, they're all parallel streams of work that have taken a lot of consultation, diplomatic activity, mobilization of resource, discussions with our Prime Minister, our ministers to say, actually, are you happy? Is this what we're going to do? Is this where we're going to put significant effort? So you see that summary, it's easy to underestimate that is such a big step forward, and there's a huge amount of work to make it to that point. So that's why we're delighted, and we wanted it to be something significant. So that's why I said this was what the goal that we set ourselves. I think we're really delighted too that we've got the 2 follow-ons, because the risk is there's a big event, and clearly we don't have all the answers. This is a hugely complex and changing area, so that we've got in relatively short succession the Korea and France follow-up summits, I think will be the way, essentially the way we're trying to ensure this is something that's going to be long-lived and there's continued momentum on it.
One interesting anecdote on this is another diplomatic tech policy issue that I follow are discussions between the US and the European Union on a whole range of technology issues. And the US and EU launched this Trade and Technology Council a couple of years ago. I think we're on our 6th meeting now. One of the things that came out of that, they'd had the first meeting, and then we suddenly had the situation with Russia invading Ukraine. And what folks who were involved in some of those discussions bilaterally between the US and EU told me was that just having had the summit to, all of the work that went into the communique, all of the work that went into, like you said, the summit Sherpas going from capital to capital and trying to find out what are we willing to say together, what are we not willing to say together. It set up relationships and a framework that allowed both the US and the EU to respond much more quickly than they might have been able to the Ukraine situation. So just interesting to think about summits are not just the outputs, right? They're sort of institutionalizing a conversation and creating relationships between human beings on each side of the border or borders. I thought was a fascinating experience.
I mean, I think it's a great example that you're using. It is that those conversations forge relationships that you draw on in many different ways and unexpected ways. And just that sort of coherence around the principles, understanding how we're all thinking about this issue, what are the solutions and the sort of domestic ways we're thinking about trying to address risks are just really important of that sort of ongoing learning and partnership that through the summit we're trying to support.
I think, Linda, maybe come to you next. Can you just respond on some of that? What do you think the value of the summit for some of the countries that up until now have not been as much a part of the conversation will be? How do you think some of the governments that you've worked with in the African context, or what do you think they'll be taking away from this week?
I think one of the issues you raised about the UK, I think it's a good middle ground because many of the events and convenings that we have, the conversation is centered on 3 major powers, And so suddenly there's a shift, which I think is important. And I think the UK was best placed to have this conversation, which I think is good. I also see new alliances, from what you're seeing, who is coming on stage. I think that's good for the world. And the balance is really good for the world. I was going to also just mention on the visa issue that was mentioned earlier on attracting talent. In case you didn't know, a lot of the data labeling for ChatGPT was done in Kenya by Kenya data labelers. And I think there's a great article in the Times by Billy just talking about how much they were paid in the process. And we see how labor is exploited, in the build-up to artificial intelligence. And so to talk about, visas and to see how do you attract this particular talent, I think that really offers hope for the rest of the world that if they weren't going to a country that pays them or remunerates them well, they're going to issues like we've seen countries such as Nigeria grappling with cybersecurity and what to do with talent that really is not hired. What do you do with it? I'd also just want to mention that there's a great opportunity to build up from what's happening at OECD that you've mentioned on G7, to really go to the country level and come up with key takeaways and key laws that we could have in. One of the challenges that we've seen, especially for Africa, is to regulate the people rather than the technology, and to look at it in form of, rather than offer incentives for innovation, is to put these guardrails first, but not really noticing. For example, the data governance conversation in Europe is maybe 40, 50 years old. But in Africa, it's less than 20 years old. But then Africa takes the approach that we are going to jail you, we are going to do this and this to you. Yet you're supposed to, at that particular level, incentivize until we get to the point where Europe is, and then say we adopt GDPR. So I think it's for countries to really look at what stage of development are we with AI, so that if the US is running this direction, we don't run with them. We figure out that maybe we have an infrastructural problem, maybe we have a digitization problem. How do we actually have data which is really open and accessible for people to be able to use and build up on these particular frameworks? But I also think really key is to have some model laws, which I think the UN Trade Agency has done a really good job on e-commerce model laws. And at the Lawyers Hub, we're thinking about that. And we did this with digital identity in coming up with model laws for the African continent and running policy hackathons so that people really have, especially policymakers, they have a go-to approach and say, this is a draft that looks like this is for us, this is for our context, can we then build up on that? And then finally is the question on capacity. I think there's all these conversations happening on, especially I like the Connect, AI Connect. Those are really good initiatives for policymakers. But I think we need to think about who we are in the world rather than the boxes that people have put us in. I look at life as a lawyer. I can represent anyone. Today I'm with civil society, tomorrow I'm with government. We just shift positions depending on what really works for us. And I think we need to stop looking at this AI conversation from the lens of we are big tech, we are government, we are civil society, but we are humanity. And the best use of AI for me would be, can you fix for cancer? Can we not do chemotherapy again for people like us who went through cancer treatment? Like, that's what we want. We don't want it to be about domination. Like, we want dominance. We want who's going to get there first. But really about, can we solve humanity's problem? Because people are still sleeping hungry. People don't have phones. We still have early pregnancies and early teenagehood. We can't detect crop diseases. How do we make this mainstream enough for us to have conversations as humans?
This gets to a fundamental question at the heart of this whole week. And I'd be interested in views from across the panel on this. How do we make sure that these global discussions, these important discussions on safety, don't exclusively focus on risk and sort of throw out the benefit? Right. What, specifically within the context of global diplomacy on this? Because I think we've heard from the political level, leadership level, about the importance of making sure we capture the benefits of AI. But from the standpoint of global diplomacy, how can diplomacy help ensure that that doesn't get lost in the conversation as well? Anybody want to jump on that one?
Sure, Kevin. I think it's an essential point, Linda, and I loved how you ended your last response. I mean, when the president announced a set of voluntary commitments on leading AI companies in July, one of the commitments was that companies would develop and deploy advanced AI systems to tackle the world's greatest challenges, including cancer, actually, which is near and dear to the president's heart. And Secretary Antony Blinken, my boss, hosted an event at the UN General Assembly in September on how can we use AI to accelerate progress in tackling the Sustainable Development Goals, because I think as we certainly know, the world is not on track to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, and that's a tragedy for the world. But this technology has serious promise to accelerate progress on essentially every single one of the SDGs. And as part of that event, we invited many of the companies that are developing these advanced AI systems to present, but it was very important to us for them to bring implementers using the technology on the ground in developing countries to actually tackle these problems in concrete ways. So not just to be a sort of showcase for government affairs teams, but to actually bring implementers. And I'm glad to say that they followed through on that, and we co-convened this event with Kenya, Morocco, Singapore, Japan, and Spain, I believe. And so we were able to show the world that this technology can actually do quite a bit of good. And governments, policymakers, diplomats, we can play that convening power to bring civil society, industry, academia, the public together with countries to focus minds on how do we actually address the world's greatest challenges and to show the connection between AI and achieving those goals. To me, that's really the power of diplomacy, is when you have that kind of galvanizing moment, and then that creates the expectation of follow through. And the donor partnership announced by the U.S., UK, Kenya, and Canada is part of the follow through. And there's still a lot more work to be done, obviously, but that's the start.
Charlotte.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunities of AI, just as you say, to accelerate progress across all the SDGs is profound. So I think an important part of a civil servant's role is when you are briefing ministers, you are talking, is always being able to talk about the opportunities as well as the risks. And because that is the tension of how do you get that balance, right? How do we ensure we really harness the opportunities in a way that's safe? And I mean, in the UK, the department that I'm in, and as my role as chief scientist, I have the privilege of shaping our investments for development. So how do we use science, tech, evidence to really drive development progress? And the kind of things that we're supporting actually will do more of in partnership with scientists, innovators around developing world is things like tackling crop diseases. How do we ensure that policymakers, farmers, communities have real-time access to what's happening in the weather? You know, and can be prepared for an extreme weather event. We have worked, the research around development of treatments, vaccines has been accelerated by AI. There are AI applications to say, how do you teach large classes of mixed ability to accelerate their learning, but also to help them do STEM, do science, where you don't have enough science teachers. Innovations to help people who have limited eyesight to see things. I mean, the applications are so big, and part of actually announcements of AI for development is to accelerate across a number of those initiatives already. And yeah, the power we have as diplomats and working in partnership is to be able to talk about that and really bring those concrete examples to life, but also try and make sure there's more resources that go behind that side of the opportunities, to support the opportunities of AI, as well as clearly having those conversations about the safety issues.
Okay, we're coming to time, so one last round robin, a rapid round robin question. Let's imagine that we're back here in another 5 or 10 years from now, and it's a very happy occasion because global diplomacy around AI is working very, very well. What does that look like in your view? What does a successful next 5 or 10 years for global AI diplomacy look like? I'm going to put you on the spot, and we'll go right down the panel to close out.
I was hoping you'd go the other way. I like the idea of being a pub down the road. There's some good ones near here. I guess, I mean, I don't know if it's 5 years. I'd love it to be 5 years. Is that, you know, we are sitting and being able to benefit from the opportunities of AI. You know, the world, you know, health has improved, education, we're more, you know, the education is improved, democracy is enhanced, our individual rights are, you know, are empowered, you know, in a way that all of the opportunities and the sort of the breadth of risks that we worry about in terms of AI are just not there. That would be my sort of nirvana. I guess the big question linked to that is, I don't want to be sitting here, you know, we're a leading AI country, that we're experiencing those benefits, but other countries around the world aren't experiencing those benefits. So I think there's an optimism of let's hope for that, but also let's pay attention and hope that those benefits are also shared. Because if they aren't equitably shared, I think we would be making and creating another set of issues that maybe it would reflect that we haven't paid enough attention to those in this summit.
Linda?
Okay. I sit on the World Economic Forum's Council on Tech Policy, and they did this exercise a week ago in Dubai and asked us to think about the future, 2040. And you have a building, you have a piece of cloth, you tell us what it is. And someone said, I'm in this piece of cloth and it's showing me what my body is like. It's showing me, it changes color when my temperature changes, you know, all these things. And I found that so fascinating. And I said, okay, I can only dream, especially from where I come from. I would say I look forward to a world of equals, that we don't meet and think that this country is better than this country or is more powerful. I look forward to the next 10 years that makes it easy for humans to move just the way technology moves, you know, that there will be no barriers. I look forward to seeing my mom alive. She's unwell, and I'm hopeful that technology will get to this point where it fixes everyday things. My team says that Americans throw software at anything and hope that it fixes things. Even when they need to talk to someone, there's a software for it. that we will bring the humanity into the software and really hope that we solve the issues of the day. I also look forward to electricity. As we talk about climate change and everything, that parts of the world still are in darkness. They don't have electricity. That it will be affordable. That Nigerian developers don't have to move to Silicon Valley to be able to make it in life. That they can make it at the very doorstep. Thank you.
Daniel?
To me, it's strengthened public trust in democratic governments that we have successfully mitigated the risks from AI while seizing the benefits, and that we have built on this Cambrian explosion of domestic AI action and new international AI initiatives this year to actually create concrete frameworks to govern AI in a responsible way that promotes innovation and allows people from all over the world, from all socioeconomic classes to benefit from this technology.
I asked this question at the end of panels because someone asked it to me on a panel 2 years ago, and my answer was, I'll consider it a success if I think about AI safety about as often as I think of food safety when I go buy food from the supermarket. Because there's a vast global infrastructure that's out there creating a safe food system that we almost never notice and we just completely take for granted. I don't think this is ever going to be a problem that will be solved. I think it's going to take continuous work at the political level, diplomatic level, within the private sector and civil society. But I'm very grateful to our panelists for an excellent discussion. Please give a round of applause. Thank you very much for your
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Charlotte, Daniel, and Linda. We're now going to take a short break. There's some refreshments out in the foyer. We're going to start again at 11:30 for our final panel of the day, and for our final panel of the week, we'll have the Interim Director of the Ada Lovelace Institute, the COO of DeepMind, again looking back at this week and what's to come. So thank you all for your time. Please go and enjoy your refreshments. See you back shortly. future. For the many AI topics we've explored this week, what is next on the horizon? I'm going to introduce Melissa Hakeler from the MIT Tech Review, who will be moderating this discussion. She'll introduce our next panel. Please join me in introducing Melissa to the stage.
Hi, everyone. So great to be here today, closing off a fantastic week. And I'm very excited to introduce my two wonderful panelists, Laila Ibrahim from Google DeepMind, the Chief Operating Officer of Google DeepMind, and Fran Bennett, the Interim Director of Ada Lovelace Institute. Before we kick off this conversation, we have time for some audience questions. So now's your chance to ask any burning questions of these two wonderful panelists. Now, Laila, Fran, what a week. I hope you both are surviving. I barely am. Now, Fran, you were at the summit on Wednesday.
Yes.
Give us the tea. What happened? Any juicy details?
Well, a lot of tech guys looking uncomfortable in suits. No one wearing trainers, so everyone was in their best, on their best thing. I thought it was interesting they had such a broad range of people, and the first surprise of the day was China being there, which I don't think everybody knew was going to happen. So in the plenary, when they did bring them up and introduced China to the stage, everyone was sort of, wait, China are here, and then second all scrambling for their headsets to put on the simultaneous translation when he started making a speech in Chinese, so we could say, oh, okay, what are China saying then? But yeah, it was a really interesting day with a really actually broad range of people there, which I thought it was worth doing.
That's great to hear. Laila, what was your main takeaway? What did you learn this week?
So many things, but I think the two things stick out. One is there was the summit itself, and then events like this as part of the AI Fringe, where we're able to engage just a broad set of stakeholders, and it's something that personally has been quite passionate to me. I've kind of lived that my entire life and during my 30 plus years in tech. So actually starting to see it come to fruition on within the AI industry, like bringing so much conversation and so many different voices to the table. I think the other thing is just how do we the amount of effort to capitalize on this moment between the White House commitments earlier this year and then the UK AI Summit. You saw a flurry of activity over the past couple of weeks, and including even from our perspective of working to get the Frontier Model Forum up and running with an executive director, announced an AI safety fund sorted, papers published on how to do evals for generative AI. So I feel like it was good to see the executive order from the White House, like there's a list of activity, and just to see this flurry of activity, which is nice to just have out, because now we can talk about how do we move forward from it. So I think that would be my other main point from the week.
Yeah, great. Now, I've been covering AI policy for 4 years, and for 3 of those years, it was like a niche, nerdy topic. When I talked about what I did, people's eyes would glaze over. But everything's changed. This past year has been wild, and I feel like this week in particular has really given this conversation a new momentum. How do you think, how can you seize this moment? What are you doing and looking forward to this coming year?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I think it has been an unexpectedly wild year for this stuff. So, like you both, I've been working in the area for quite a long time, and then suddenly been surprised that the world also cares a lot about the things that we've already been working on. I think that the really important thing that we want to see next is we've had a lot of good general conversations, a lot of declarations, which seem very positive. Now, how do we operationalize that? How do we make it into hard legislation, hard rules? How do we make sure that there's the capacity to do the things that we're saying we want to do about making this technology work really well for people in society?
Yeah. And Laila, have you noticed a shift in the conversation?
Yeah, I'm curious in the audience, how many of you, show of hands, shift this year? Oh yeah, I see a couple double hands going up. It's funny, a year ago, I was just reflecting on this. A year ago, whether it was at the United Nations General Assembly, or even actually earlier this year when I went to DC in March, I had to use my experience within tech of knowing how to navigate those organizations and events to get a seat at the table. And needless to say, that's not an issue anymore, right? Like the amount of inbound inquiries and people ready to have the conversation. What's exciting to me is the fact that, I have a background in tech, but not in AI specifically. That's really developed over the past 5.5 years since I initially joined DeepMind. And I joined because I really felt a moral calling of how do we bring different voices into the conversation and make sure that we're developing this technology with responsibility in mind. And I feel like in my job as Chief Operating Officer, I've really helped to build that into how we work and who we are. And hosting, we can talk about some of the stuff we've done with civil society as well. And what's really exciting to me now is this is the conversation we're all having. And I think by having it in the public forum, it's enabling some accountability, putting accountability into the system, much like you just mentioned, of we have all of these commitments and communications, but now, and conversations and coordination and collaboration, now what are we going to do with it? Like now is our moment to deliver, and I feel like in many ways, for me personally, it's like this is a moment I've been waiting for in my career of like how do we really how do we ensure that this technology is being developed for future generations in mind? And that's a huge responsibility, but it's also good to be able to be having it with so many people now.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because it's easy to talk the talk, but what concrete actions should happen now for that to happen?
Yeah, so first of all, there's so much work that needs to get done on how we operationalize it, as you mentioned. And like, this is not necessarily this isn't the headline grabbing sexy work, but it's the stuff that really is going to matter. One, just to give you a couple of examples of things that we've done that I think are important and important for all of us to think about how we do more of. This year we've hosted like a series of conversations with experts within their field, whether it's in education, disability, whether it's just in thinking about equitable AI, bringing together those diverse voices, having conversations about what could AI mean. I mean, we're only moving forward from here, so how do we do it together? And by getting some of that policy discovery in place, I think it really allows us to say, okay, how do we start putting that into action? So I think one is how do we build off the international coordination that's happening here and make sure that we're doing more of these conversations and figuring out what are the concrete next steps to put into place. There's certainly, I think in the coming year, as models get more general and more capable, there is going to be more public scrutiny on this. So how are we actively working on, taking what we've just had in the US and here in the UK and start actually putting it into action.
Can I just add another perspective on that? So obviously it's really good that you are hosting those conversations and having that engagement, because that is good practice. What I would love to see is actually government taking more of the lead here. So government, informed by all of these things, should be also building its own capacity and starting to say, well, what is it that we want to see? What do we declare to be responsible? And then that gives the companies something to react within and to be responsible, right? Like it sets a playing field and a zone within which you can act.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like this is not about any one company or one country or one sector. Yeah. Like this has to all come together. And there's certainly things, I think, one of the things that we were really hoping to come from this week is like some common perspective on like what are the risks, how are we going to evaluate the risks, and I think things like the safety organizations that have been announced, institutes, I think are an important part of an example of what you've just mentioned.
Yeah, I think that's really helpful, and I think also just broadening our sense of what evaluation is something which has somewhat been missing so far. I think there's a bit of a fixation, probably because the tech companies have started the conversation about the most technical evaluations, and I think we already have a lot of research actually which we could build on what does evaluation of impact when systems go out into society, which is where we see a lot of the harms and benefits happen, that getting a more comprehensive picture of what evaluation looks like there, and then again in terms of government and legislation saying what is it that we want to see here, what does good look like.
Yeah. I mean, the conversation around AI safety, AI ethics has been so convoluted and so confusing.
Yeah.
You know, you have on one end the AI is going to kill us all, and the other, like, we need to focus on the short-term risks. And for a long time, it's felt like those two sides haven't really met in the middle. Do you feel like this summit has changed that conversation, brought it forward at all? Given more, like, do you feel like policymakers have a better sense of what the actual risks are?
I don't know. I don't know what you'd say. I think it's improved things, actually. The conversation has been useful. I mean, Bletchley was a good convening event, and it made a lot of conversations happen. It made a lot of people meet who wouldn't otherwise have met. And I think that's actually very helpful, just in broadening people's concept of what things are. And I know it feels very complex, but I mean, if we think about other topics which we've managed, I mean, we've been talking a lot about safety this week. We talk about drug safety, right? And if you said, oh, well, are drugs and medicines, are they good or bad? Do they kill people or save people? And the answer is, well, both, right? Like, there's not a single simple answer to this. It's that you have to unpack, like, ways in which you want this to work well, ways in which you're going to make it safe, what varieties of national and international institutions and agreements and all of these things do we need to build up this spectrum of things that make it work well.
Definitely. Now, one of you mentioned the AI Safety Institutes. Now, that's like a very concrete outcome of this summit. How do you think they should work? Like, what needs to happen for them to be a success and meaningful? Lila, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I think, well, there's the Safety Institutes happening, and then there's also the Frontier Model Forum, and I think both of these are examples of, like, where governments can collaborate and then where industry can start establishing some norms. And by having these norms in place, I think it just makes, it's kind of a one-stop shop where we can have, I think, better coordination and collaboration, and do it in partnership between the public sector and the private sector. You know, I think a lot of details clearly need to be worked out, but having, for example, early access to models and being able to do evaluations. We just recently released a paper on how to think about doing evaluations for generative AI. Like, that can be a starting point for some of the conversations. But now, again, how do we do this? How do we do this in a more coordinated way, especially given with the speed in which the technology is developing?
Yeah. Fran, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you're getting slightly ahead of me, because actually I was thinking, well, this afternoon I really should sit down and say, what from our ADA research do we need to see from safety research at work? So I haven't done that yet. So just sort of early thoughts, really. And we know that government lacks central capacity to understand these technologies and also to support the rest of the framework of government in regulating well, understanding things well. So those safety institutes, I hope, will provide a good centre of expertise there. I would like them to be scientifically led. So in the Bletchley Summit, we actually heard an excellent readout from the scientific panel that was there about trying to determine what are the open questions which we need to answer. And I think if those institutes can start from, again, as I said before, what as people in society, what do we want to see and what are we worried about? What questions does that throw up? What researchable questions are there here? And then go from there. I think the risk is that we start from what technical work can we do? Yeah. And then we miss the full picture that way round. So yeah, if we can start from people in society centric, then fan out into, therefore, what safety research, what capacity do we need? I think it could be a great success.
Yeah, great. Now, at the summit, civil society was a bit of a late addition. Can you tell a bit about what happened? And did you feel like you were listened to?
And we were there in the room as equal participants with government and with tech company CEOs. So in that sense, we were listened to. I mean, I don't know what conversations behind the conversations were happening, but we were certainly there in the room. I think actually the existence of the Fringe was really helpful in making it clear that there was something really important to say from civil society, and that this wasn't purely an industry and government matter. And actually, I think in the rooms I was in, the civil society conversation was the most interesting and rich. I mean, I'm very biased, obviously, but I think we were just genuinely trying to work out how do you synthesize this in a positive way, and get the interests of all of this aligned to the outcomes that we'll want to see. Yeah, we were invited later than other participants, but I think that's partly a result of the summit being declared, and then everyone trying to work out, well, what can we do with this? What do we want to do with this? we all feel it's an important topic, but how are we going to progress it? And I think now we've got some more summits in the diary. That could be a really positive sort of checkpoint to say, okay, what to your point earlier about operationalising, what concrete progress have we made since last time in terms of operationalising and not just going around the same conversation?
Yeah. What I thought was great about the summit was that you had lots of countries from the global south, giving speeches, and that is so important to get a diverse set of views in this technology that affects us all and shouldn't just be led by the West or like one country. How do you think we could make this conversation even more inclusive? Like what would you like to see?
Go ahead. I have a strong opinion on
this.
Go. I actually think this just has to be part of how we organizations operate. Like you can't wait for these milestone events. It really needs to, or have it as a bolt-on to anything that we're doing. It's how do you actually plan up front when you're doing whether it's like you're starting your research or that you're actually building out a product or a program. Just a couple of examples of things that we've done, and again, just to help bring this to life, we did some of our socio-technical research around decolonial AI because we felt it's really important to make sure that we're actively bringing in voices into the conversation. And just to agree with your point here, there is representation. We did see the global south here, and I think that's important. We can focus on okay, the glass was half full. Now, how do we fill up the rest of it? And then another example would be when we were working on our protein folding AlphaFold and the database, we recognized that actually we want to get this into the hands of people who can do something meaningful with it. So from the very beginning, we engaged the Neglected Disease Institute to ensure that some of the scientists and biologists from the global south who may not got equitable access knew how to use this and could expedite some of their work, which maybe wouldn't be necessarily funded by pharmaceutical companies because it's the return on the business ROI. So I think these are just examples of ways that we're trying to actively build this into how we work. And it's not, is it perfect? No. Do we have more work to do? Absolutely. But I think it's got to start somewhere. And by having these examples, we can talk about it more openly and also continue to challenge ourselves and our colleagues to continue thinking about how to build this into our operations.
Yeah, I'd love to hear your idea.
Yeah, I mean, the global south, rest of world, we're present but not central. I think in this version of the summit. So I think again, this is sort of that is important as a starting point at the next summit. I'd love to see it be more genuinely global in terms of the topics covered, the people who were the keynote speakers, that sort of thing. So I think it's a conversation which needs to mature a bit further.
Yeah, great. Now, so the next summit is in 6 months in South Korea. So what's on your to-do list for the next 6 months? What's next for global AI governance?
Can we have a nap first?
I think this year has taken us all, this year has been a lot. This week has been a lot. This week has been a year, something. I think we really, more than, there's not just these events again, it's like there's all sorts of activities, including, we were talking about earlier a little bit, about the elections even next year. When you start looking at what the coming 12 to 18 plus months look like, there's a lot of things that we have to just get right, and we have to move beyond these talking of things like how are we going to put the executive order into practice? How are these safety institutes going to work? Are they up and running? Are civil society actively engaged and a part of the conversation and leading in areas? How are we really addressing the near-term issues of misinformation and representation and bias? How are we dealing with misuse? How are we thinking about the long terms? There's a lot on our agenda, and we just actually need to start doing it. So I think when we look 6 months ahead or into the next year, I think there's, again, let's take a step back from this week, get some sleep, and say what are our objectives, what are our key results that we want to deliver. Hopefully it's not yet another set of promises, but rather actually building off of the commitments that we have already made.
Mm. I mean, yeah, and there is the like, what are the OKRs for all of us? And in very pragmatic terms, in the UK, you know, the things like the Bletchley Declaration are talking a really good game on what we want to do here. We've actually only got a couple of windows of opportunity to make any legislation. So there's a very practical thing, which is what are we going to tie this to in terms of the King's Speech or the DPDI bill? If so, we need to get going on that and know what should go in it. And we also have really clear understanding that we need more capacity within things like the new safety institutes, but also the existing regulators, which are really good, but which are underpowered for the things that they need to do. So giving them the capacity, the funding, the support to enforce the powers they already have, in fact, and do that really well, I think is really important right now.
Yeah. Did you get a sense that, I mean, traditionally in AI policy, you have sort of three different schools of thought. You have the European, let's regulate, let's, strong binding laws. You have the US sort of technical libertarian approach. And then you have the Chinese approach, which is, I guess, more focused on licensing and obviously control of freedom of speech. Do you feel like this summit or anything that there's more of a global consensus on how this technology should be regulated or any unifying thoughts?
When we were talking about what we had hoped to get out of the summit, we focused more on coordination because consensus is, you just got to start somewhere, right? Mm-hmm. So I think the fact, to your point, that we had others at the table, mm-hmm. and we started to share and start that perspective sharing, I think was a useful outcome and that we had hoped for. It definitely, this kind of gets into, even in the executive order, there's a lot in that 100+ pages, and getting in clear on, okay, what really is a frontier model, or how are we going to do the evaluations? It's going to make it really hard if everybody is doing different things. So I think we're looking towards how can we start building from this. We now have like a puzzle that we're putting together these different pieces. So maybe that's something that we look to, is how do we move more towards some consensus? Because AI, unlike, I keep thinking back to when we were building out the internet or the computing industry, we had hardware and there were physical things that we had to think about at a national regulation perspective. But AI is borderless, right? You release a model, release the technology, and suddenly it's around the world. So we'll need to figure out some type of international standards.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to do both, right? Like you can't, international standards don't make sense unless you've also got a national picture of what you want to do. But yeah, I mean, AI is borderless, so is much of the internet, so many cross-border technologies. So I think these problems aren't things that we've never encountered before. They're not easy to solve, and we've messed them up a bunch of times before. So I think the issue is learn the lessons from when we have messed it up and do it well this time.
Which I think actually has been quite helpful, right? On having. I often get asked about, okay, on the heels of social media,
yeah,
right? This is part of the reason why I think we can talk about risks and safety, but also the opportunity, and maybe some of that recency and the experience that everyone has, or the shared experience in it.
Regulation takes time, years even. Even the AI Act, which hopefully should be done by December, will still take 2 years to enter into force. And I think there's a real sense of urgency around these issues, and the onus really lies on companies right now. Can you give me some examples of what Google DeepMind is doing in sort of short-term, immediate term to tackle these things?
I think the Frontier Model Forum is a good example of where the pace is happening quickly. So by having the companies together, and we recently announced the executive director, but this is about how do we share best practices and start doing operating norms while the government conversations are happening, so that it is, again, and by being open in the public about this, there's that accountability back into the system. So I think those are, we all recognize this. We all are doing within our own organizations. You know, we have our own, we think about our responsibility in terms of how we govern internally in the organization and all of our research, responsible research and development, and then how do we deploy the technology in a responsible way. The example on the diseases and even the AlphaFold database as examples there. We may be doing that within our own organization, but then what does it look like when you put these companies together and sharing our different perspectives? So we do believe that regulation is required, but if we can get our operating norms aligned a bit more, then it'll help inform the policy conversations. We can help with some of the knowledge sharing with policymakers and civil society, and then close the loop of their feedback back into how we operate.
Yeah. Fran, what do you think of this? Is this enough, or would you like to see something more?
I mean, this actually, I was going to say, as a member of civil society at large, I think we also have something to do right now before regulation happens, or alongside it, which is to attempt to channel the voice of society about what is it that good would look like. So industry getting together and trying to work out some norms. I think civil society attempting to channel public voice more broadly should also try and work out what do we think the norms should be? Like what is the benefit here? What risks do people experience, or might they experience, and how do we build a good picture of that? And you know, some of that research is not new, but I think just continuing to pull that together and articulate it in as coherent a way as we can manage with such a messy topic, I think is very important.
Yeah, great. I think we have time for some questions. Does anyone in the audience have any? Okay, over there.
I'm impressed you can see.
Yeah.
Hi there, thanks very much. My name's Susie Madigan. I'm a humanitarian advisor at CARE International, which is a humanitarian relief and development organisation. I also write The Machine Race, looking at AI from the perspective of the Global South. So to the point about decolonising AI, it's fantastic that DeepMind has done a lot of this thinking about what is the approach to decolonising AI, and it's something within the aid sector that is something we're still struggling with, is how to decolonize aid. But there are various ways in which we're trying to get to grips with putting power and funding into the hands of partners in the field and getting them into the spaces about not only governance issues, but also kind of how to actually run humanitarian organizations themselves. So I'm just thinking about where is the bridge to do that within AI, and actually the operational steps that must be taken so that there are people from Global South civil society at the next summit, that they are also at roundtables thinking about the design of AI. And can international NGOs help with that, with the network of global partners? But just thinking how to actually make that happen, given that we haven't got a huge amount of time. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
There's a lot in that we just covered. And there's a few things that I took out of it. One is, first of all, how do we just ensure that that there is some AI coverage in the spaces, and we're doing some of that knowledge sharing. I think there are a lot of programs actually that are currently underway. We have tended, just generally from our perspective, we've tended to focus more on how do you, and because we know it all starts with getting the research right and the technology right. So we've got a program, for example, across the African continent on AI education to try to help with that pipeline. But we do have a part of our organization that is focused on partnering with NGOs, specifically on knowledge information. So we can share some of that, but again, it's just one part of it. I think it's also helpful to have questions like this, because it's like, okay, well, how do we think about building this into the plans? When asked, do we have the right folks around the table? The summits that I mentioned earlier, the policy, one of the best things that came out of us doing those salon dinners is it forced us to, I forced in a nice way, but it really helped us to build those connections and insights. So when people come to us now, we have referrals of like, oh, actually, you want the expert on this arts topic, or you want this on the impact of AI on food. Here are folks that you need to be talking to. So I would say kind of connect with us on LinkedIn, connect with us as the organization. And I think this is where we look to some of the think tanks and other parts of civil society to really help bring those parts and help amplify the voice.
Actually, I just want to pick up on a different part of that, which I think is really important, and I didn't hear mentioned it, but actually I hope it has been discussed at the Fringe, which is the whole supply chain of AI, which is a really important question, I think, which when we're thinking so much about the outcomes of using the technologies, we tend to elide the supply chain, which could be quite a colonial thing in many ways. So it's enormously energy and water hungry, actually building these models, which are built by a small number of companies with large concentrated power, sometimes on the labor of real reinforcement learning from human feedback, which is often people in low-income countries, and sometimes the languages then that these particularly generative language models work in are not great for anyone who doesn't speak English. So there's a lot of pieces here which are behind the scenes, and which I think it would be fantastic to actually unpack and have a lot more transparency and conversation around those as well, because I think that could be a lever of some actually quite bad outcomes in the world at large.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and something we don't hear enough of.
I don't know if it has been covered this week, because
No, it hasn't.
I think I think it has been part of. This week I think it hasn't. I think there are a lot of, when you look at some of the work that is happening, there are some examples of how do we ensure like fair wages, or what are we doing for. But I think that your comment and idea of like how do we think about it as a supply chain and shine a light on that part of the conversation.
This is a product.
Yeah, no, I think that's actually a really cool idea.
Yeah, I think it's a really important one, and it's easy to miss because you have this sort of super intelligence image of these magical things that come from nowhere, and actually they come from labor and resources.
Well, and speaking of labor, we haven't even talked about the impact of AI in education. And how do we make sure that what we are doing too is not just talking about this for where we're at right now, but that we're equipping youth of today with the skills and how to use the technology in a responsible way as well. And I think that's a critical part of the conversation when we're kind of take a step back and look at where this is going.
Yep, definitely, great. I think we had a question over there. Yeah, I think the mic's coming.
Hello, thank you so much for your time and for your comments. I have a question about evals. I think that governments and labs, but governments in particular, like the UK, seem to be banking on evals as a really, safe and robust method of ensuring that AI is safe. Unfortunately, they've obviously proved to be ineffective and imperfect, particularly when we consider evals for social implication or bias. So my question is, should we be doing evals? What else could we be doing? Should we be trying to actually just design AI systems differently to be kind of robust and explainable in some way from the very, very beginning, from data collection, from design, from who are the people making these systems? This is my question, is evals.
Yeah, makes sense. What do you think, Fran?
I mean, I think that's a great question. Evals is one of these funny terms that suddenly arrived this year. It seems to be, it's just short for evaluations, but it's suddenly started to carry a lot of weight and to sometimes mean like what can we do with code to test what these systems do. I think it's a great point. I mean, both the meaning of evaluation right now seems to be very narrow. And I think that is a miss, actually. Like I think there is a place for technical evaluation and benchmarking. I think that is just such a small slice of understanding the expected impacts of these systems. So you actually need to evaluate in that sense, but also do various other kinds of evaluation in the round, both pre and post deployment, to make sense of these systems. Also, to your point, actually you can evaluate much more easily if you understand what's gone into a system, and it's not just this blind artifact with an API. To the comments about supply chain earlier, I think understanding much more how the sausage is made is really important.
Yeah. Can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
Sorry, but you didn't finish.
No, that was it. Carry on.
Okay, follow-up question. Because obviously, the Safety Institute in the UK is going to be doing evals, and perhaps other safety institutes will be doing the same. What else could or should these institutes be doing other than just, pre-deployment, but like post-development evaluations?
Well, I think they should be looking at both of those and working out what is the framework of things that we want to be able to do. And I thought there was I said before, there was a really good readout from the scientific panel during the Bletchley Summit, and I thought the scientists there were raising really good questions about what is it that we need to test for here, and actually having that expertise in the room, determining what it is that we need to test for, and then working out how we do it, rather than starting from, we're really good coders, what can we do with really good coding and mathematics, which, I'm a mathematician by training. I love doing stuff with maths, but I have to acknowledge it does not solve the whole problem at all.
Can I give a company, a company perspective here? There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. So even just in terms of building a team, I find being headquartered here in London for Google DeepMind has been quite transformative for how we even build our team, the values that we have as an organization. It's quite different than my experience in Silicon Valley. So part of it is like the interdisciplinary nature as well as the ethnic diversity of the teams. So that kind of gets in from the beginning. But then there's focus on the technology development of areas like interpretability, technical safety. All of these happen inside of the research organization. Then we have socio-technical research as well. And what we do inside of our organization is red teaming as well as the evaluations, but it's not just within our organization. We also find ways to give model access and have others red team. So an example would be recently in the United States at DEF CON, provided model access so that we got different perspectives in, and it wasn't just our own internal bias. And that aspect of bringing the outside voices in, it gets really critical, even, again, back to AlphaFold as an example, with bringing additional biology expertise in before we made a decision of even whether to release it. So I think there's different steps in the development that happen that may not be visible to everybody. But I do think red teaming is another area. And the other one I wanted to highlight is we often this year are focused very much on generative AI, but that's not the only type of way to develop these models and systems. And so I think that it is really important to remember that we're kind of on the first step of a longer journey, and that's going to be, so as we talk about this, we just need to be thinking broadly, and how do we do all of this testing? We're never gonna have completely perfect information, but if can we do it in a way where we're still maximizing the opportunity while mitigating the risk, and have that feedback loop of like learning from getting the testing so that we can kind of build that in. I think that's actually going to be important. It's not just a one and done, but it's trying to also highlight where we can have a positive impact with where managing the risks.
I have a follow-up question. I mean, you guys are under immense pressure to release models, right? And come up, stay up to date with the competition. If your evals or red teaming or anything flagged, anything suspicious, or you just concluded this isn't safe, would you kill a model? How far would you go?
Yeah, and in fact, I think that our history has shown where we have had even the technology, but we didn't have a way to talk about the risk. So back in 2021, 22, we actually held back on releasing even technical papers until we had socio-technical and ethical research around how do we talk about the models, the risks, and the opportunities. There's a lot of stuff that gets developed that never gets released. This is a part of almost the scientific process and the way the technology is developing. And then, we are always evaluating relative to the technology we have out today. How does it compare? Do we need to do more work on it or not? So I think this is part of just the cultural development. But anybody who's developed a product before knows that you've got to weigh the risk and the opportunity. But yeah, there's a lot of things we haven't released.
Okay, question here in the front.
So I was wondering, so the European Union had this H-like group in 2020 that published the Trustworthy AI, you could see, a manifesto of, I think, over 50 pages long. I was just wondering how useful that will be for going forward, and how, say, DeepMind has, you could say, applied trustworthy principles. in the, you could say, way
Old
of
school AI policy. All the way from
responsible AI, trustworthy AI.
I think from the time DeepMind was founded in 2010, out of UCL here locally in London, it had principles and foundations. So it's built in from the very beginning of the organization. And I think we've became a cornerstone for the Google AI principles during the acquisition in 2014. And so I feel like we've always been kind of checking on like our operating, not just the AI principles, but then also a separate set of operating principles of like that had positive commitments as well as managing risks. So I think we're just generally always keeping an eye out and making sure that we're holding ourselves to the best practices. And then, but it is evolutionary, right? Like so much every year. Where we were a year ago, we were talking about that earlier, where we were a year ago versus where we are now, the way that the technology is developing, how do we build that in? I don't have a specific answer beyond that.
Yeah. Great. Okay, question in the back.
Thank you. Richard Saldana, I'm representing the Institute of Science and Technology. So Google DeepMind strikes me as being a really responsible company in terms of sort of ethical development of its algorithms. Do we really think that the AI Safety Institute is going to save us from the less scrupulous? And I'm thinking specifically, resources in terms of checking models, but also the sheer complexity of the models. I mean, I'm sure Google DeepMind grapples with its own models, let alone looking, if you're asked to look at anyone else's.
I can give an initial answer on that at least. So the models themselves are not necessarily that wildly complex, right? It's that there's an enormous amount of data going into them, and it's very hard to audit what's gone in, and therefore to theorize about what might come out or how we might want to control it. I think it is very important to resource things like a safety institute well, so that they have the capacity to really make sense of models and to have a good broad-based understanding of what they can do, what they can't do, what we're worried about, what we're not worried about, so that you can create a safe and positive environment for all this to work. But I don't think we should imagine it's impossibly complex, actually. I think what risks and benefits are we thinking about is the impossibly complex part. The models themselves are not the impossibly complex part.
May I comment?
Sure.
So I teach machine learning at postgraduate.
Oh, well, there you are.
But even I find, fairly simple neural networks with just a few hidden layers quite difficult to decipher.
Well, this is so this is right. I'm simplifying massively. So the mechanisms that create the models are not impossibly complex, is what I should say. Obviously, the emergence of the structure is then it's kind of black box at the moment, right? We don't have good ways to unpick what they're doing or look at the internals. But what we can do is we can know what data has gone in, what types of processing have happened, and then what behaviors we can test at the other end. And I think that piece is doable, but then the fact that they're black box models does mean that you can't simply lay out that, it's not a supervised learning model, right? You can't just look at the weights and know what's going to happen when you test it.
I think this is also an example of like where having, the governments can set up the safety institutes, and it's important to have the collaboration from civil society and the private sector, the technology companies as well, to help inform, because it really is going to be a collaboration and knowledge sharing. We will never have the national security insights that the government will have, for example. So it doesn't, there's only so much red teaming we can do as an example in that space. So I think everyone figuring out where the best practices are and how to work together is going to be really important. And we've seen this happen. I was a part of the UK AI Council, and I see several of my colleagues here. Like, that was a great example of bringing industry, academia, civil society together to help inform and provide guidance on this. And even the UK AI Summit, there was that solicitation of input I think was a critical part of the process. So I think it's really up to how is the Institute set up and what does that collaboration look like?
Great. Thank you all for your questions. That's all that we have time for. We have 15 seconds. So I want a quick tip from both of you. You know, there's a lot of momentum right now around AI and lots of people wanting to get into AI and AI policy. What's your one tip for someone and how to break in? Fran, why don't you?
Well, there are going to be a lot of jobs. So if you're interested, there'll be a lot to do. And I think my one tip is just start from thinking about the people, not the technology. I think it's so easy to go down a rabbit hole of the technology first, which is super fun and interesting, but does not actually solve the problems. If you start with the people in society angle and then say, how will we work technology towards that? I think the outcomes are going to be much better.
Great tip. And Lila?
You know, again, having not come from AI as a background just in the past 5 years, it's like everybody has something to contribute into this. You know, get over any imposter syndrome, like lean in, and take the opportunity to learn sooner rather than later because there's no going back. And you know, even if you have children or youth in your lives, help them understand this technology and what it could do. Like we wouldn't be in this field if we didn't believe in the potential that this has for humanity, and getting our kids to learn how to use this in a responsible way is going to be a key part of this.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, both of you, and thank you for all your brilliant questions and for listening to this panel conversation.
So much. Thank you so much to Melissa, to Lila, to Francine for our final panel. I've just got a few final thoughts before we wrap up, because that concludes our week-long programme here at the Knowledge Centre at the British Library. We are so glad that you could have joined us for our programme this week, whether in person or virtually. Today, we reflected on the conversations we've had over the last week. Conversations on AI safety, AI in the law, election integrity, democracy, the impact on a range of different industries. Crucially, we also looked ahead to the future to start thinking about what continued proactive collaboration around AI looks like. As we've said throughout the week, this Fringe is intended as a jumping-off point for further conversations. Please do share your own ideas and reflections from this week with your communities, your organisations, your friends and your families. Please also keep this conversation going on social media, Twitter and LinkedIn in particular. You can catch up on any sessions that you didn't see on our YouTube channel. Finally, it has taken a large group of people working behind the scenes to build and produce this week-long programme of events. We only started talking about a Fringe 3 months ago, and I think it's fair to say it's all come together pretty damn quickly. Our thanks to the entire extended team at Milltown Partners, our brilliant team at Bureau, our event production team, and the British Library for helping us bring this important event to life this week. Special thanks also go to our partners who made this all happen, and I'm going to take a quick opportunity to name them all because it really is an incredible list of organisations who we've had come together in the last couple of months. Accenture, the Ada Lovelace Institute, the Alan Turing Institute, Barclays, the British Academy, the British Standards Institute, the Centre for Democracy and Technology, Clifford Chance, Colour in Tech, Faculty, Ginkgo, Google DeepMind, the Institute for the Future of Work, Mozilla, the Next Economy Trust, the Open Data Institute, the Partnership on AI, Phoenix Court Group, Responsible AI UK, the Royal Academy of Engineering, the Startup Coalition, Tech UK, and Workday. There's a lot of names there, but this has been a huge achievement, so thank you everybody for playing your part. And most of all, thank you, our engaged audience today and throughout the week, both in person and online, for making this such a significant and successful event. Thank you, and we look forward to continuing the conversation. Enjoy your weekends.
afternoon, and welcome to one of our final events of the AI Fringe. My name is Justin King, and I am a director at Milltown Partners, the organizers of the AI Fringe. The Fringe was created as a response to the announcement of the Government AI Safety Summit. We wanted to ensure a diverse range of organizations and individuals can complement the discussion that happened earlier this week at Bletchley Park by expanding the conversation to other topics beyond frontier existential risks brought on by AI. Many of the events that have become a part of the AI Fringe itself have been created through collaboration with many different organizations, contributing their insights and their knowledge to this week. We have to say this from the bottom of my heart, we really couldn't truly have done it without them. In that spirit, I'd like to thank DAX, AI Carambra, Brunel University London, London and Partners, and Creative UK for leading the way in organizing this incredibly important discussion. From artists to writers, AI is impacting many creators whose copyrighted protected works have been used to train AI models, often without their permission or fair pay, but many artists and creators are also using AI in their own practice. As the UK government looks to navigate its regulatory response to AI, it is essential that creators and copyright owners have a significant voice in this process. This afternoon, we will have a panel discussion and a fireside chat that brings artists, writers, filmmakers, musicians together to discuss the opportunities and challenges that AI presents. Now, I'd like to introduce our first moderator. I will hand it over to Lara Carmona, Director of Policy and Engagement at Creative UK, who will be chairing our first session.
Thank you and good afternoon. Welcome to this AI Fringe event here at the Knowledge Centre at the British Library on creators in the age of AI. I'm Lara Carmona. I'm the Director of Policy and Engagement at Creative UK. But before I introduce my panel and tell you a bit about Creative UK and what we're going to talk about today, I want to remind you that this session is being filmed and a recording will be shared publicly. There will also be a write-up published in the next week or so. And I also want to share with you that if you'd like to ask the panel a question, we'll open the session up at the end of the conversation. We have had some questions come in across social media, and hopefully we'll have some time to address those as well. This week has seen the beginning of the UK government and others convene a whole range of stakeholders to discuss how the UK and our global community should navigate the challenges and opportunities of AI. So it really feels like it has never been a more important time to hear the voice of creators in this debate. So this afternoon, we're going to hear from artists in this session, and then later writers and other creators about how artificial intelligence, the design, the development, and the application of this technology is affecting so many creators. And we're going to discuss the UK government's regulatory response and whether it should include the significant voices, experience, and knowledge of our creative community, which the answer is obviously yes, it should. So Creative UK is the UK's independent network for hundreds of organizations, both cultural and in the creative industries, and we provide direct access to investments. We represent the cultural and creative industries as one voice to UK government and other actors, and DAX is a member, so I'm just delighted to be here today hosting. And I want to then introduce you to this illustrious panel, and I will try and get through this as quickly as possible, but also important for you to note the expertise that you've got here today, not only to listen from, but to query yourself. So immediately to my left, that is the right direction, is Dr. Poga Caesar, who is a conceptual artist, a filmmaker, and archivist who utilizes multiple media. He was born in St. Kitts, West Indies, and grew up in Birmingham. And in 2018, Dr. Caesar was awarded an honorary doctorate by Birmingham City University for his outstanding contribution to the visual arts. He began his career as a pointillist painter, later photographing diverse communities worldwide. And today, his work is present in cultural institutions in all kinds of wonderful places. He's also had a stint in his career as a photojournalist and artist, but beyond that, also in television as a producer and director. And then to Dr. Caesar's left is Isabel. And Isabel joins us today from the incredible artist collective Kaiken, which was co-founded by Tanya Cruz, Hannah Amori, and Isabel back in 2015. So based between London and Berlin, they come from a very mixed diasporic background, and their work explores through filmmaking, gaming, installation, extended reality, blockchain, and performance, and along the way they have developed their own tools and technology. So to the left of Isabel is the chief executive of DAX, Christian Zimmerman. DAX is the flagship rights management organization for visual arts in the UK, and they represent over 180,000 artists worldwide. And I can't wait to hear what you have to share with us today. And to the left of Christian is Matthew Blakemore, who is the chief AI strategist over at iCarumba. I hope I've said that right. Is it AI Carumba or iCarumba? Right, okay. Right. Matthew is an entrepreneur and an AI strategist with over 10 years of expertise in driving products from conceptualization to markets. He has contributed to the BSI and International Standards Organization AI committees, has been instrumental in developing really important standards for how things can and ought to work. And then to the left of Matthew, we have Dr. Hayley Bosher. And she is a reader in intellectual property law and an associate dean of Brunel University, London, where she also runs the Brunel Law School IP pro bono service and is a member of the Brunel Center for Artificial Intelligence, Social and Digital Innovation. Her research focuses on copyright and related laws and policy issues in the creative industries. So hopefully you can see that we have just such a diverse range of voices here, but importantly, I would really like to start with the creators that we have sitting here with us on our panel, and coming to you first, Dr. Caesar. I wonder if you could just tell us about, in your professional experience and practice, what primary challenges you feel that creators currently face in relationship to copyright and artificial intelligence.
Well, I think from my point of view, I've always tried to embrace AI and also change. I started off as a photographer, working with a 35mm film, and that in itself has a lot of challenges, which I kind of found. But I remember like years and years ago, we used to call this special effects. So I see AI as more like an intelligent element of special effects. I try to embrace it where possible, but I'm not fearful of it. Because we're going through so much change, and as we know, on a daily basis, we're hearing more and more about AI and what the possibilities are, but also how it can be detrimental to the society. But I think it's really up to us as creators, how we want to embrace it. I really don't have any fear of it. I don't really have any fear of it maybe taking away my job, because what it doesn't really have is my intellect. It doesn't have my moods. It doesn't have the changes in patterns. And because I have the ability to make artwork, leave it for a while, let it breathe, and then go back to it. I think the challenges that we probably all have is allowing possibly the media to frighten us into not wanting to embrace the technology, because we all have, in my pocket I have AI, which is the mobile phone. So I'm always being in constant use of the mobile phone. I don't really feel that as creatives we should run away from technology, because in everything that we do, whether you take an image, you send a photograph, you send a file, you're using AI in that way. What I've also found out in the last, say, maybe a year or so ago, when I really saw the onslaught of AI and social media, and they'd use very kind of comedic characters, like Arnold Schwarzenegger and actors. They put the faces, but it was from a very comedic point of view. There was hardly any serious debates around it on social media. So it was as though they were kind of preparing us through comedy to accept and not realize how serious it could be. But from a selfish point of view, and I can only talk from a selfish point of view, I just see it as something which I embrace when needed. I take bits from it when required. If there's something that I'm not clear about, I'll steer clear of it. But because it's escalating at such a fast pace, we take what we need from it, and we cast away what we don't need from it. But also what we really need to do is to just see how the world is embracing it, and how they take it, how they create imagery. And there's some wonderful imagery being created by AI. Some of it's for me, but a lot of it is not for me. Mm-hmm. And say that fear factor, I have no fear, because fear is the thing that stopped me for a lot of points in my life, in terms of creating, worrying about what people would think about the work, would they accept the work. And once I cast aside the fact that 50% of people like what I do, 30% of people will maybe like what I do, and then the others just don't like anything that I do. So I just see, that's how I kind of try and work within the parameters of this thing that we call AI.
I think you raise so many incredible points, but this particular challenge also that the creative community I see having about how our own voice in this debate is framed or not. Sometimes some of the narrative has been sort of boxing creators into a space that appears a bit anti-Luddite, anti-technology, as if there is some inability or resistance to technological change, when in fact, people working in and across the cultural and creative industries for yonks have been at the cutting edge forefront of the design, the development, and the use of these technologies. And I wonder, Isabel, if this is exactly where you come in, to tell us a bit about, Kaiken, harnessing the potential benefits of technology generally, and perhaps AI specifically in your own work and practice, and what some of those possibilities are that you're either realizing or looking to realize in your work.
Yeah, so we are incredibly collaborative in our approach, and there's 3 of us, but we also work with a lot of other people as well who have, different skill sets, and we kind of blend these all together to make a world. It all exists in this kind of world, and we're also postulating and imagining the future. And I think it goes really nicely into we also want to embrace technology and not in a fearful way. So, for example, when you think about the future, it's very easy to do utopia or dystopia, but we like to think of it as we're trying to imagine protopia, which means you're striving for something that is better. It's not perfect, but you're in the action of trying to imagine things better. So in our kind of speculative work, we like to kind of imagine AI actually as a thing that can be incredibly helpful, as well as in the immediate present, which we use a lot of tools that also we collaborate with AI. So we see it as a collaboration. Just for the audience, we work a lot in a gaming engine called Unreal, which you can essentially build worlds. You can build simulations. It's kind of like having 100 softwares in one, and you can do every aspect. We also use other softwares too, but we're designing the hair, the code of the character, what they could do. We have NPCs, which are essentially AIs. They can have, you kind of build up the character and it has its own existence. And I think even with what we've noticed through the years is the technologies and the software that's just getting better and better to be creative and to build these worlds, especially in a smaller group as well. For example, recently we made a game, and typically it takes so many people to create that kind of level of game, and we did need a small team of us. However, the software has just got so much better. However, at the same time, if the technology does not serve us, we collaborate and invent something new. So that is also a massive area that I think there are a lot of artists and creators, they're inventing or collaborating with the technology, and I think sometimes that doesn't get appreciated in artistic practice. It's kind of thought of as, oh, the artist produces this kind of creative entity that people can experience, rather than, oh, there's actually been a lot of innovation here. And I think for us, the innovation and the creativity is so important for us, and sometimes there's so much to be appreciated there. And that should be acknowledged.
So I think you've described, Isabel, something really beautiful about the power of collaboration in creative practice and the power of collaboration with technology as well. Yeah. But then we have the sharper end of the context in which we're all operating at the moment, in which we have some pretty significant, Creative UK's community is quite clear, rights holders are very clear that under UK law, for example, when it comes to generative AI, if anyone is ingesting and making content without consent, that this is infringement essentially. And it's interesting to hear neither one of you mentioned this sort of element within your own practice. And I wonder if we could start with you, Isabel, and you could share some reflections about this notion of ingestion, which so many creative voices and practitioners are experiencing, whether it's about writing or visual arts, and tell us about just some of your headline thoughts on the context in which people are trying to make and create work.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is I don't think we're not always feeling that it's the technology itself. It's actually more about the humans or the organizations that are doing it. So I think it's really important, in our opinion, to study how humans use it, actually, how groups of humans as well, and how that gets implemented. Because actually AI is amazing at gathering information. It's an amazing tool, especially as we're a small team, but we have to also operate a bit like a small business. And actually, these tools can be incredibly helpful to kind of speed up those processes. But at the same time, we're also operating in a society where humans have to move faster and faster to keep up with AI. And actually, I think what would be more beneficial is actually what differentiates the two, and how can we collaborate, and how can we slow down the human? How can we go at our own pace, and the AI can do what it's really good at, rather than trying to project onto AI the kind of I guess that maybe what you're talking about when someone decides to, okay, I'm gonna take the image or take the creativity and then use that and then financially profit off that, and not acknowledge where that's come from. And then it's talking about, well, how does the policy around that to protect those processes and that wisdom, and how do you help artists or creators be able to protect those their knowledge, their wisdom, that they've collaborated with the tools?
I have no doubt Christian and Matthew and Haley have a huge amount to say here, but I wonder, because what reflections you might have building off of what Isabel said.
I mean, again, from my point of view, there's always ways in which people will profit from your work. Once you upload information or images to whatever media, it's left open for anybody to take it, re-reference it, change it, make it into another form, and you're not always able to find out where it ends up. I remember there's an example on Facebook. Somebody tried to Facebook friended me, and they were from Australia, and their banner was one of my photographs. Mm-hmm. So I got in touch with the person and said, where did you get this image? So we bought it to the street market for $20. So I said, you really need to kind of take it down. So it goes so far as to how do you stop people, and you can't do that. I mean, being a member of DAX, one of the great things I found out is I'm able to work in conjunction with experts who have much better knowledge than I about how to utilize the work, how to utilize the frame. But it's only when I'm alerted to where the work has gone. If I don't know where the work has gone, there's no way that I can challenge it. And also then if you're trying to say to somebody, take down letter, and then how do you know how much profit they've made? If you've got, like, say, a street market and they're selling T-shirts, like I've got photographs of all kinds of people, so they put that on the T-shirts. What can I do? And there's very little I can actually do about it. So either I keep engaging or I stop.
Interesting, really interesting. So Christian, I wonder if we can come to you next. And it's really clear that, as you two have described, the pace at which the technology is developing so rapidly. And Isabel, I love your point about reminding us that it's not the technological intervention itself, that it's the humans driving it that are causing some tension with rights holders, with creators, that kind of thing. So coming to you, Christian, thinking about, let me ask the question in a slightly different way. If you could wave your magic wand right now, and some of the big AI tech developers who aren't interested in them at the moment in transparency, in collaboration with creators, if you could wave your wand and you could change the paradigm right now in terms of the tone of the debate and what we were talking about with these developers, what might you be saying to them? Or what are you saying now, actually, in terms of what you want?
Was just hoping for this magic wand. No, exactly, and I'm entirely grateful to our members being here on stage and basically showing that there's a real willingness to embrace this new technology and embrace the challenges that it brings, but also kind of develop and explore the opportunities that they create. And I think that's what I would say to AI developers, that it's really about the collaboration with the rights holders. And that it's not okay to develop something because you can develop it, and then because it's technically possible. And then as an afterthought, think about the people who have actually furnished the materials that your development kind of is based on. So we kind of find ourselves, I think, in this debate on the back foot. The cat's out of the bag. So a lot of AI tools have been trained. The large language models have been scraping the internet and have used people's works without consent or credit or remuneration. And we've just done a survey and had an incredible response of 1,000 people responding with more than 350 individual comments that I read through. And that is kind of reflective of that current debate, those comments really showing the whole spectrum of how people are experiencing it, from people like our members here embracing the change and embracing the technology and overall a willingness to work with it, but also the concerns that this can bring with regards to earning a living from your work. And again, the spectrum of people we represent, for example, illustrators have already experienced losing work, being replaced by AI, maybe less dominant or relevant for fine art painters at the moment or sculptors, but that could well change in the future. Hearing Elon Musk say in 6 years or a few years' time we don't have any work at all anymore, we will need to do something with our time. But it is a real challenge that a lot of people's work have been used without them even knowing, and then replacing them. So one comment was that although they are happy to embrace and work with AI, they find it's quite challenging that their own work's being used to make them obsolete in the long term, so that they're competing with machines that are using their own work to get a job and to get paid for it.
I think you raise a really fascinating point, Christian, and we had the privilege of a tiny chat beforehand, didn't we, about this notion that individual creators are, in fact, in their cumulative form, if you could put them in one lump body, they're the direct drivers of economic contribution here in the UK. And so this notion that if we don't, so let me say this another way around, if we get it right for creators, we'll get it right for the economy at large and, of course, wider society. And I think this is a really interesting thread that we can't forget for every individual voice that is unable to access the kind of remuneration that you're talking about or have transparency. There is a knock-on effect that we will all see and feel. Hayley, I wonder if this is a point that you can come in and share with us some of your reflections about the current copyright framework and how IP-rich the cultural and creative industries are, and the way that in fact drives the UK's economic position in huge ways, where it's an incredible driver for growth. Individual artists make the UK sing.
Yeah, I mean, how long you got? Do you know what I mean? I could totally...
A few minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Talk about that all day long. Because I think some really interesting points, though, that I want to kind of tag that onto that have already been mentioned about AI being driven by humans. So is IP, so is intellectual property in terms of what it protects and how it functions, but also the regulation and the law. And so lots of the questions we have around the law currently are creators... I say we, but I'm on this panel, speaking collectively, believe that the training data needs permission, but there are obviously also tech firms out there who argue that they don't need permission. And we both are very firm in our position that we're right, and that tells you that the law is confusing. The fact that everyone's so sure that they're correct, the law can be interpreted in different ways. So we need clarity, and that's where the policymakers come in. But also to remember that we are part of that conversation, and that's why it's so important that we're having this conversation, because we need to remember that we are part of that decision-making process, and our voices need to be heard in that discussion. It's not something that happens over there and then imposed upon us. We need to be part of that discussion and raise our voices and share that perspective, because it's not automatically on the table. It should be. Of course it should be, but it's not. So I really like that point about the AI driven by humans, and to remember that that also applies to IP and to the policy, and that actually we need to bring all of those things together in this conversation of how we move forward. And same with the output. You mentioned about people using your work without your permission. Is it infringing? We have these questions as well. Is AI generated or AI assisted generated works, can that infringe? our work. Like, the law is designed around human creativity currently, and as you would expect, and then it will be applied and interpreted, and kind of like you're shoehorning this new context into a law that was written for an old context. And part of it may work and may not work, but there are decisions to be made about how those balances are upheld in terms of promoting innovation and protecting creators at the same time.
I think that's a really nice way to frame it. So Matthew, your chance to come in here. Not that you're representing technology as one massive block, but as an expert
I feel
in
like
this.
I'm the bad guy in this.
You are not, you're not a bad guy. You come to the table, which means that you're not a bad guy.
I mean,
so you're here in this debate to offer us a slightly different perspective.
Sure. I mean, I guess I come at it from the angle of innovation as well as understanding the importance of protecting the creative sector. I mean, it's worth noting the creative sector, contributes 153 billion a year to the UK. So it's not the case that we want to kind of replace creators. I think that would be a nightmare. What I would say is that it's an interesting space with these generative AI tools. Not all of the companies are acting unethically. We've got Shutterstock, for example, who do reward the artists for their works, or the photographers, who, when their works are used to train a model and the images are generated. But then, as you touched on, there are also other companies that hold the opinion that the works that come out of these generative tools are not derivative. I do struggle with that a little bit, because I would argue that yes, in some cases they're not derivative, but it really depends on the prompt that's been input. Because if, for example, I go onto Midjourney and I type in create a image in the likeness of Picasso, then I would say that that is definitely going to become a derivative work, because it will be in his style, for example. Whereas if I simply go on there and type in, give me a picture of a landscape with a train on it, then that's not a derivative work. So I think it's going to come down to the actual prompts that are input into these generative AI models. And then also the copyright industry is very interesting, because obviously, I don't know if all of you have heard, but there was a case where someone tried to copyright an image generated by one of these models in the US. And in August, it wasn't possible for them to do it. They said there wasn't the human touch involved. But if we look back to 1884, when photography was first coming out, people kind of held similar opinions. Oh, you can't copyright a photo because it's a mechanical process. And over time, the law then changed to protect images that were generated, because it was determined that there was a human touch involved. So I think the question is, when you're writing in a prompt, is that the human touch that generates these images? Or is it the images that we use to train the model that are fundamentally the core thing that has led to the generated image? So it's a very complicated space. If we then look at music, you've got artists like Grimes who are utilizing this new generative technology to actually create a new monetary stream for themselves, which is really exciting, I think. So she now licenses her vocals. So if a track is created using her music or her vocals, she then can generate, I think she's got a deal where she generates 50% of the royalties. So there's, it's not a completely negative scenario for the creative industry, but it's one certainly where we do need clearer regulation, I would say, around this, just to protect the creators. And I'm sure there's a lot in the room as well. So hopefully that was a balanced response.
Oh, I appreciate the emphasis on balance too, because I think bringing your voices into the debate to make sure that we're heard, that you are heard rather, as creators and as experts. The only way we're going to be able to do that is if we're making a contribution that's measured, I think, although appreciating the intensity of these issues means that people feel very passionately. So I'm going to ask you, Christian, what's going to sound like a yes or no question, but is not. Does it matter that some AI developers are not currently transparent about their input data?
Yes.
Tell me more.
I thought it was a yes or no question.
It was a setup. It was to give you a preamble.
Okay, all right. No, thank you.
Why does it matter?
I think it does matter because there's such an uncertainty out there. As we've just heard, from a legal point of view, we don't know fully understand of what is happening. We currently all in a holding pattern, it feels. Nobody's really kind of coming out explicitly to regulate, because we are also in an environment where we have countries saying that they want to create the environment for AI companies or businesses to come and do their business and be able to do it unhampered. So there's a real reluctance in kind of coming out and regulate. I mean, the EU has just tried to do it, but the UK is still kind of a bit behind it. And I think this uncertainty is a real challenge for a lot of artists, also those who want to embrace this new technology, because they don't know is what they, for example, use ethical, is it infringing other people's work, and then, as Matthew just said, is what comes out of it actually something that is then copyright protected? Is that something that they can claim to be a work? I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty, I feel, also with regards to the language that we're using in these contexts about creation and creating and artistic. So, or we said the human touch isn't necessarily something that the UK copyright law, for example, enshrines as a motto or principle, but other jurisdictions, for example, do. And so I think not being able to know if these models have infringed or have used other people's work has an impact on how you may want to use it in your own practice.
Thank you for that. I mean, the rights holders community is very clear that agreements must be in place and that the principles of copyright are there to be applied, although appreciating the interpretation of that varies depending on who you ask. But I wonder, back to you, Dr. Caesar, first, when you think about how, looking ahead, you might collaborate or become a co-creator with AI in your work, do you think about that? And if so, what does that look like for you? Beyond what you're already doing, I mean.
Well, at present, we do work with AI. We recently finished a film with Benjamin Zephaniah, the poet. Yes. It was about the Handsworth Rights, 1985 Handsworth Rights, and in that, we actually needed to use elements of AI, and so I work collaborate with my editor. So he's actually much more smarter than I. What I have in my head, he allows me to expel that imagination in all kinds of different ways. And one of the ways that we use a lot of archive material in it. So one of the ways I kind of got around it was using a lot of the material that DAX has, and also a lot of material that I've owned for over the years. So that's kind of working in collaboration. Mm-hmm. And as you were saying, we do have a small cells of people that we do work with, and people who are much brighter than I. Which is always a good thing. Now, just going back to another point about copyright infringement. A couple of years ago, I got a couple of emails. Said, do you know one of your pictures is on a major broadcasters? They used 2 seconds of it, and I got in touch with DAX. And the people who infringed the copyright, they had to pay 4 times more, as much. Mm. And then last year, on Facebook, somebody said, great to see your photograph of Lenny Henry on. Again, they didn't go to DAX. Then again, they had to pay about 4 times as much. So even these are major broadcasters. So there's still somebody within that who should know, are still trying to kind of hedge it, hoping that it'll go out and you won't know anything about it. So that this constant battle with people who should know, you're still having that. So going back to your point where we say they're infringing your copyright, yes. Then asking you, why then asking you? Because they still think, as creators, we don't know the business side of things. And that's how it's been for so many years, where you just concentrate on the artwork and you leave it to everybody else.
To manage the business. Yes,
but then if you leave it to everybody else, there comes a point where you become AI reliant on the business person. Mm-hmm. So you've got, so you're reliant on the business person within the organization that license your work, and then you're trying to fight against AI anyway. So one has to just keep studying. I mean, I'm taking information all the time, but the information about AI is just so confusing. I actually don't know where I am. You spoke about Grimes, the musician, and how smart she is. Now, am I right in saying that she's in a relationship with Elon Musk?
Former.
Yep.
Former.
Okay.
Got to keep up, Dr. Caesar.
Okay, oh, sorry. Okay. But again, it's like, so that reference of somebody who was in a relationship with somebody of that stature. It actually puts them in a prime position to
learn,
learn and understand, much more about not just now, but the future. Because as we know, everything's, it's all been decided for us, for the next 20 years. And I just think, it's about just embracing, and I keep using this word, about embracing, working with people who understand much more than yourself. Because you can just be a creator and feel that's all I need to do. But those are the old days. The old days are completely, they're gone. And for us as artists, some of us do get stuck in how it used to be, as opposed to how it is now and how it's going to be in the future.
Thank you for that. So thinking then about this new paradigm in which creators and artists have a voice and have a seat at the table, I wonder, Hayley, if you can share some perspective on how creators and artists can have a better, bigger voice in policy making in relationship to this technological, wave.
I can't not respond to the Grimes thing. I'm sorry. Okay. I was sat here like, don't say anything. I have to. So, Grimes is not smart, and Grimes doesn't know what copyright is. And I would love, if anyone knows her, please, I want to talk to her. I want to tell her about copyright. Because what happened was, she simply tweeted, anyone can use my voice in their AI thing and pay me 50%. That is not an enforceable contract. How is she supposed to know if she's just relying on the goodwill of someone knocking on her door and just giving her money? Which, as you've just explained, is not really the context that we're often working in. So then, like 2 weeks later, people start using her voice in AI-generated works, but she doesn't like the way that they're doing it. In the meantime, she's given an interview in a media article saying, copyright's rubbish, put it in the bin, and then been like, on Twitter again, actually, I did say you could use my voice in AI, but can you not use it for these purposes? Hey, guess what? Making money from your work, copyright. Controlling the use of your work, copyright. So, yeah, I like the innovation. I like that she embraced it. I don't want to fully criticize her. I just also want to say that, from a copyright perspective, we can have both. We can have innovation and we can have copyright and be remunerated and enforce our rights. We don't need to put copyright in the bin in order to do that. I also wouldn't personally advise managing your contracts via Twitter. But as you said, she was going out with Elon, so maybe that's where that came from, I don't know. So yeah, one way to raise your voice is apparently through Twitter, not necessarily the most effective way. Honestly, I think that, I know it sounds, I find that when I have these conversations with creators about getting involved with policy, it can seem scary and intimidating, a bit like when we talk, if you've not embraced AI and you're like, this seems scary and foreign to me and I don't know anything about it. But you just have to really take it back to basics and remember that we are living in a democratic society in England, luckily, and you can go and talk to your local MP. You can literally do that. It's that easy. And the thing is, I know on a really basic level that sounds like that's not going to make an impact, but if everybody did that, how many millions do we make in the creative industries?
I think it was 153 billion.
Yeah, if all of those people went knocking, then we would have a loud enough voice. So it doesn't have to be complicated, doesn't have to be scary. It can be an email to your local MP, it can be a letter, it can be, you can go and speak to them about it. Because you have to remember that a policymaker, an MP, is just a person, and they just know their frame of reference of stuff that they know. They haven't lived your life experience, they don't know about your creative work, they don't know about what it's like to make money as a creator. And so it is our job to go and tell them about that so that they can take on board our perspectives. It's not always that easy, but that's a good starting place.
I think it's a wonderful starting place. So Matthew, coming off the back of that, and can you tell us some of your reflections when you think about big tech, not that it's one massive homogenous block, recognizing, of course, that some AI developers are behaving ethically. How do you think the tech industry should address the issue of ownership and royalties, for example, when it comes to either input or content that's produced?
I think it's a really interesting question. From a big tech perspective, I think they need to be incentivized to act. I don't think these companies are going to change how they train their models unless they are forced to. And I think the UK government approach at the moment is to kind of create a code of conduct. There's a working group on copyright, for example, that are going to advise on this, but it's not regulation as such. And the danger of relying on a code of conduct or on best practices is that these companies are in a race to produce the most effective models, to produce the best quality models that can be utilized. And if that means using copyrighted works to train their models, then they're going to carry on doing it until there are serious consequences for them. So I would say that really, as a creative industry, we probably need to kind of work together to turn a code of conduct into actual regulation to protect artists and ensure that people who are creatives are actually rewarded properly for the works that are being used to train these models. Because as you know from the neural networks and things, they are not transparent. There's no way you can kind of easily break into one of these models and see exactly what's been used to train it. And the recent news about what's been used to train some of these LLMs has purely come about because of a leak that, they used this list of books that were all copyrighted works to train these models. But that was purely, as I say, a leak, not someone breaking into the actual models themselves.
So Christian, thinking about how DAX represents 180,000 artists worldwide, and you've shared a bit about the recent survey data that you've done. Did transparency come screaming through the content about what people want?
Yes. A lot of 95% of respondents said they want to be able to consent to the use of their work. Then we had 93% wanted a credit, 94% compensation and transparency. So it's come through a lot, and there are solutions out there. So, for example, 83% of respondents would be happy for their work to be used under license. A license that, for example, a collecting society like DAX could issue to the AI generators or the AI companies. So there's a willingness, but there is a need for openness, collaboration, and transparency.
So building off of that then, Isabel, thinking about your own practice and thinking about your relationship to copyright or not, when you think about maybe your adoption or use of technology increasing even further, where do you stand as an artist, or as a collective rather, on this issue in particular around the right to remuneration, to have to give consent, that kind of thing?
So I think, I'm just trying to think. So I'm going to, on one aspect, so we've been making a lot like a kind of game, and in the kind of commercial or AA games, it's typically that if you're kind of employed, you don't have your IP for that. But actually in this space, there's a real rise in interest in cultural kind of institutions, being involved, starting to get involved in this process. So it's a really good opportunity for the artists to maintain that IP, and then how that is distributed. I mean, it's a lot of resources to be able to kind of then distribute it wider, and it's also, so it's like, I think there's a really good opportunity to be remunerated for that. In terms, I think for us as well, it's kind of, we're 3 artists, and an issue we have all the time is that we'll sometimes get paid as 1 artist, but actually it's 3 people doing exactly the same work. We are also technically innovating. We're making very technical work, very technically ambitious work, and it takes a lot of labor. And actually, to have financial compensation for use of images or use of our work is important, because we need to. Our aim is also to sustain ourselves, and that's being kind to ourselves as a collective, because we need to make a sustainable practice. It's not just all about the creativity, you have to live.
But that comes back to your point, Dr. Caesar, doesn't it, about that challenge that you have as an artist about navigating the complexity of the business landscape, as it were, while also thinking about your creative practice. So I want to ask a slightly interesting question. When you think about the difference between what's AI generated or produced, let's say in artistic practice, where like you're collaborating, or someone whose work is being ingested, and you think about the difference between those two, should someone who is making work with AI tools be remunerated differently? Should that structure be different, as opposed to someone who's not engaging with those tools or systems, but whose work is being absorbed?
I mean, they really need to ask permission first of all. See, if you're going to use my work, and you're hoping to make financial rewards from it, or financial gains, you really do need to ask that permission. and then that permission is either granted
or it's not.
Or it's not. You know, and I think some of the things that we speak about is about permission, but not everybody wants to ask permission. What we've kind of found, and you know, with colleagues of mine, is that it's only when people get found out, then they put their hand up and go, "What do you want us to do?" And then you take it down. You know, you pay, as with the situation with DAX, or they go away. But that's not stopping them from keeping it much more undercover. So not allowing you to know whether or not they're making finances from it. And I'm sure, as we're all speaking, people can take elements of what you've done, small elements, which they think you won't notice, reframe it, and change it into something completely different. And it's only maybe 5-10 years' time that you actually find out about it. And then by then, who knows where it would have gone and whatever financial gains. And also, it then possibly becomes the ownership of the person who made it, because they've then forgot about you as the creator, because the way that you're not known in those territories. So there may be territories that I'm not known in. And then you take one of the images and they put it on a plate or a cup or a badge. So then it becomes, it's mine. But I'll actually never find out about it. So there needs to be kind of joint understanding between the both of us. I would say from the point of view, again, and I keep talking about DAX, but if DAX were to come and say, look, we've had company organization, people wanting to do this with your work, which they always do. What do you think about it? And there's a discussion between us. First of all, the territories that it's going to be used in. Also, am I kind of happy with the political situation in that particular country? Because I may not be at all. Are they going to use it for one thing? And as we all know, a lot of people who apply for licenses, and use a lot of galleries as well, they just don't like dealing with DAX. A lot of them, they always try it on. Believe you me. Because, and then a number of galleries, let's just deal with you on your own. I said, no, if I do that, then I can't get myself in trouble. And even though I may have to say, I want to just deal with them, or again, somebody from DAX may say, we usually charge them this amount, but because of the budget, they only have that. What do you think? So that decision is mine, but still I have to go through DAX in order to make that decision. So it's all clear. So if anything does happen, anything in the they'll say, you decided upon it. So it's this kind of balance, but the balance is just...
It's imbalanced. So it's imbalanced. I think there's a really interesting point that you're making here. Sorry, say that again?
Sorry, yeah, it just...
No, I know, quite. So there's a really big point that everyone's making in slightly different ways. Who generates the content, or value rather, who extracts it and who profits from it is quite different depending on where you look. So we have a bit of time for a few questions from the audience. I mean, you have in front of you experts in all kinds of extraordinary things, and we would love to hear a couple of questions and see. Can we take them in batches of 2 first? Actually, can we take 3, Kate, and then we'll see how we get on. Please tell us what your vantage point is. Tell us the perspective that you're coming from. Are you a creator? Are you a copyright expert? Are you a policymaker by any chance?
Hi. Hello. Yes.
Hi.
Hi. I work in IT, not in AI. And I also have a little bit of background in illustration. So my question is related to where the IT solutions are going. I fully understand that a lot of people who are being given a possibility to say what they would like to do would say, I would prefer to opt out, I would prefer to be credited, or other options. But it doesn't escape me that we have to be really realistic about what options are out there. So, for example, based on my limited knowledge, I understand that no matter how much we ask, generative AI is unable to say what has been used to generate an image. we can say what has been used to train it, so leaks or other, but we will never know whether the image is derivative or not, to link back to a previous remark. So obviously, this is not an option for artists. Being credited in the output is not an option. The other thing is giving the option of opting out for artists. This is also a tricky thing as well, because it takes years to train an AI engine, which means that even if we were given a solution now to configure our website to opt out, it would be in 3 or 4 years that we would have this possibility, and only for new AI tools, which means that in between, everybody is A, unprotected, and B, is still already losing their job. I'm sorry, I'm wrapping up, but just a couple of days ago, I discovered in an IT event, this for me was really like a big surprise, a software integrator, a multinational, is already delivering as part of their solutions creative work. So traditionally, this company has never done any creative work before. But now they do also the job of graphic designers and illustrators. So coming to the question is, how do we support the creative community in this very long transition? Because before we get to a point where everybody is protected, it's going to be at least a decade. And at the same time, how do we tackle the liability linked to geographical borders of laws? I mean, the AI engines are not produced in the UK. So even if we speak to politicians, there is a chance that the country would be cut out from using AI solutions just because they enforce legislation. So thank you.
Thank you. So there's a point there about cross-border collaboration and a really important question about how to support the creative community in this transition. So I wonder if you guys can all hold your reflections to that, and we'll come back in response. I think we have time for 1 or 2 more questions. Can you please keep your question concise, and we'll be... no, it's okay. We'll have a chance to respond to it then.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for the presentation. It's all very interesting. I'm an agent for photographers, and I'm particularly interested in the copyright question and about the human agency in creation. There was a case a few years ago about a monkey that took a picture. I'm never quite sure what the outcome of that was. But I mean, if we end up with a situation where AI-created images aren't subject to copyright, I think we're in a very we'll be in a very strange world, because an infinity of images could be being created every day. That's possible right now. The question I wanted to ask really, though, is about GDPR. The laws which have come in the last decade or so over the protection of our data, all our data, is it's European-wide. I mean, and it's been very strictly adhered to, and all the companies I'm aware of look after and comply with the laws very very tightly, because the penalties are strong. Could not something like the GDPR laws be used in the case of copyright protection for the people whose data, if you like, is being taken by these AI companies to train their models?
Thank you very much. One last question. Kate, I think, there you go.
Oh, cool. I just wanted to know, at what point do artists have control over the prompts? So let's say OpenAI, let's say the Beatles wanted OpenAI not to use their prompts. From a copyright perspective, is that one way of mitigating sort of generative outputs from a more practical perspective?
Okay, so I'm going to ask, Matthew, if you can answer the question about prompts, hopefully. Can you pick up, Haley, the GDPR query? And then I wonder if we can then come in turn, so keep it brief, and we could give Christian and Dr. Caesar and Isabel a chance to come back on how can we support the creative community in this transition.
Sure. So just to quickly, because I didn't get the full question on prompts, just to double check, is the question, if you extract your name or you say, don't ever let anyone put my name into a prompt, does that protect you? Is that the question?
Yeah, to an extent. Also, that's probably an easy, practical way of identifying when someone's trying to create some derivative work.
Yes.
Like in the prompt, and the prompt, especially if you're using an API, the prompt is sent, and the prompt could either be encrypted in the output or it could be. It's just a way. It's an easy search mechanism. You're like, okay, well, who's looking up? Who's saying, write me a Beatles lyric?
Yeah.
For example. And is there any way of when it goes, can that be checked before it's output, and a band can say, or a copyright holder can say, I don't want to do derivative work from Paul McCartney on OpenAI?
Well, it is certainly possible because some of these companies, such as Midjourney, if you put in certain prompts, it will say we can't deliver on this prompt for this reason. It's normally for political reasons. If you want to create images of one leader shaking hands with another that's controversial, it won't let you do it. So there are ways that they can restrict you. And it is an interesting angle. It wouldn't, however, completely protect you because your work could still be a derivative work for something it generates to another prompt, but it would certainly stop someone from going on there and saying, create a work like this gentleman here, and you using your images to do that. It's a very interesting one. Just a quick point as well on the permissions. It was interesting when you were talking about giving permission because I guess the OpenAI announcing this week that you can opt out of their next model means that their current model, it's going to carry on generating images and stuff with, and they're not saying you can opt out of that. And as you were saying, there's no way of kind of seeing which images have gone into generating the images. So we are going to have a wealth of AI-generated images that could have been derivative works from creative works. And I'm not sure what the solution to that is, because then those works could be used to then train the models in future. And so you end up in a scenario where it's almost too late. The horse is almost bolted. So I'm not really sure what the answer is.
Suitably vague, but also helpful. What about you, Haley? So tell us, does GDPR have the answer and we just don't know it yet?
No. If it was that simple, I feel like we wouldn't be here, sadly. I like your point, though. First of all, David Slater, the photographer in the monkey selfie case, settled, sadly, and any money he makes from that photograph goes to an animal charity. Very bizarre case, happened in America. But not as if that, justifies it. GDPR protects data and sensitive data, so information about you, like your email address maybe, or your doctor's surgery and your medical. So I see what you're saying, and when you're having these conversations cross-sector, we will call it a creative work, and maybe a tech person might refer to your creative work as data. And copyright does protect data, databases. So we almost don't need GDPR if we can steer copyright in the right direction to do the things that you're saying we could do with GDPR. And I think this brings us back to a really nice point that relates to what we've said already, which is that it's really unhelpful to polarize sectors in this conversation, because the tech companies are also innovators, also creators, also potentially copyright holders, definitely copyright users. And the creators are not only copyright creators, they are also innovators, they are also using AI. So it's not like these sectors are working in isolation and therefore they need different regulation. It's like this is actually one, and I suspect that as we move forward with the development of technology and regulation and creativity, that the fields will come together more and more rather than dividing more and more. At least I hope so.
I think that's the hope of all of us, or we wouldn't be here today. So Christian, last closing thought from you on the question, and then space for Isabel and Dr. Caesar to come in. How can people support the creative community in this transition and what we're in right now?
I think the most important point is that we have a conversation. We've started this today. We've been part of this, which is very important to raise the issues, because so far we've been left out quite significantly. There are obviously very, very important safety issues with regards to AI, but the creative industries, as we've heard, is very valuable to the UK and worldwide. So we do need to have a place around the table to talk about issues such as the ones you've highlighted. And I do not think that there is an easy answer. There is not going to be a one-size-fits-all solution. I think it needs to be in collaboration with the AI producers and companies. They do have the technology. They do know what they have in there. There is AIs out there. I know about one at least that can actually tell you how important a training work was for the outcome, and on the basis of this, it can actually also distribute royalties. So there is solutions out there already that kind of incorporate these notions. And I think it's, I mean, the opt-out in itself, I feel, is an option, but it's the age-old issue that we've discussed. It's like, why would the creators have to opt out of something that somebody thought is technically possible, and that's why we've done it. So they should have been asked permission in the first place and not now be put in a position that they have to opt out of something that people just keep using without recognizing that there is a copyright law in place and that they should ask permissions before they actually develop these tools.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, huh?
Yeah.
Here we are where we are. So
my magic wand.
No, quite. Well, it's always an important question to ask because it paints for us a picture of what the outcome could be and how we might get towards it. So it's almost time to wrap up, but one closing thought from each of you, if you don't mind, Isabel and Dr. Caesar, about this really important question: how can people support the creative community during this transition?
It's definitely a difficult question. I might not have the best answer.
Just share your what comes up.
What comes up? I think it's really good to able to kind of educate artists or creators. However, not in a, it takes a lot of time to understand everything. And often it's like, I find, I think a lot of creators find, you're doing so many different things. You're not just being creative, you have to do the production, you have to do the finance, you have to learn all of these different things. And it's so consuming. So how do you kind of educate, but in a not so time consuming way? Because we're not like copyright lawyers, example. So I think organizations such as DAX can really help to kind of protect artists and do maybe some of that work for the artists as well. But then also, how do you educate creators as well, but not in a time-consuming way?
You're time poor, but creativity rich.
Exactly. So we can just, we want to just focus on the creative, like that's going to be the best thing. Like the best thing is that you give the artist time to make the best work possible, right? And the best ideas, the best innovation, rather than spending your whole week on copyright when you're not the best at it.
So, closing thought from you then. Give us your single closing thought.
Okay, but based upon that, I mean, my worry is that through AI and the kind of fear that it puts in people, that there's a new generation, all these generations of creatives that are going to go underground because they're so fearful of putting their work out there. In case it becomes infringed, copyrights taken, the work isn't kind of misappropriated. But again, I just feel that information is important, and not all artists learn at the same pace. So there needs to be time for us to understand, and also a lot of artists they get frightened by big institutions say we'll embrace you, because giving away your work, that's the most fearful thing in the world. But yet I do see that there is hope, and hopefully in maybe 15 to 20 years, when the systems are all in place, then we can all kind of really come together, understand, benefit from it financially, politically, and also the governments unify and have one strategy which supports artists globally. And I'll just end with that.
I love that call for clarity, and let's certainly hope that's the case. So in summary, I guess I just want to say a big thank you to everyone who's organized today. Give a particular thank you to DAX, and to say that DAX is standing in your stead doing this heavy lifting, and so is Creative UK. So please have heart. And I guess my closing reflection for you all would be that there is a clear opportunity for the UK government to make an unequivocal statement upholding copyright and intellectual property regimes. We're all waiting for a response to a white paper that's been out in the weeds somewhere, and so we'd like to hear that come through very soon. And I think that reassurance alone for the creative community would at least be a starting point. But hopefully at least what you've heard today is not just rich expertise and perspective, but also some assurance that there is much more dialogue to be had. So thank you for coming, thank you for giving your voice, and please give a warm thank you to all of our panelists.
Thank you again to our panelists.
Shall we go?
Yes, thank you to everyone for sharing their insights and their knowledge with us, and indeed, thank you to everybody for your excellent questions. We're now going to move on to our next conversation, which will explore with creatives how they are deciphering AI's role in their work. I'd like to welcome our next panel, 3 more creators from music, writing, and filmmaking to discuss the possibilities for AI and people in the creative industries. This panel will be chaired by Cristina Carmona Aliaga, Senior Inward Investment Manager for the Creative Industries and Innovation at London & Partners.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the conversation so far today. I'm really looking forward to moderating this panel because during the last, what has been hour and a half, we've had a very animated conversation. So I'm going to try and do my best to cover as much ground as we can in the next 30 minutes. As has been said, my name is Cristina Carmona Aliaga. I work at London & Partners, which is a destination and business growth agency for the Mayor of London. We are partly founded by the Mayor of London to support international companies in their setup in London, but also to support London-based scale-ups in their international expansion. For reference, some of the companies that we have helped bring to London are ILM, and you might know them because they are behind the Ava Voyage show that has been now seen, if I'm not mistaken, by over 1 million people. But one of the London-based companies we're working with is Metaphysic. And if the name doesn't ring a bell, I would just say that you probably saw during the pandemic the deep fake of Tom Cruise went viral, so Metaphysic are behind that. We work also very closely with a number of stakeholders. So Creative UK is one of the organizations we collaborate with. And also, as we're funded by the Mayor, anything that is a priority for the Mayor is a priority for us. AI for creative industries is very much on top of the agenda. And in fact, I don't know if any of you knew, but yesterday there was a session as part of the AI Fringe that covered a new report on AI for creative industries that the Mayor of London has commissioned. And that session was online, and it was very interactive and informative. So if you're interested in that, I think there's going to be another session that they're organizing online for free in December. You might want to check that out. Before I introduce our panel, I just want to bring to your attention to the setting where we're having this conversation today. We are, of course, at the British Library. I don't know if you know that we're next door to the Alan Turing Institute. We are a short walk from Google DeepMind, and we are also a short walk from Central St. Martin's. So if there was a time and place to discuss the intersection of artificial intelligence and creativity, I think this is it. So now, without any further ado, I'd like to let our panel briefly introduce themselves, and we'll...
Hi, hello. I'm Lawrence Essex. I'm a filmmaker and an author. My book just came out this month. It's called Ultimate Adventure, and I've made films for, I work in a lot of fashion and branded content, commercially, and then I've also made a few shorts that have been on, lots of different festivals around the world, like Rain Dance, the British Urban Film Festival, and recently my horror film was screening at the Rain Dance Open Film Night and the Unrestricted View Horror Fest this week, so I do a lot of different stuff.
Hi, I'm Molly Smitten-Downs. I am historically a music maker and songwriter, and more recently a art director, graphic designer. So they're the kind of 2 prongs that I work with: still music and more digital art than physical art.
My name is Justin Hackney. I have been a creative director and a filmmaker for 12 plus years. Mainly working in commercial, but documentary and fashion and music videos, the whole spectrum of stuff. But about 1.5 years ago, I pivoted to set up an AI community, which turned into a creative studio, because we were very lucky to get early access through OpenAI and through Stability AI to some of the cool tools that we're all using now today. And we have since then been trying to stay at the forefront of it all, which is very difficult, let me tell you, and wade through all of the existentialism and all the questions and the debates for AI as a whole, but obviously coming from a place of creativity.
As you can see, we have an amazing panel. And before we get things started, my first question is actually for you, the audience. So please put your hands up if you feel positive about the applications of AI for creative industries. Okay. And I think that's okay. So put your hands up if you feel a bit more pessimistic. Okay, so there's a grey area there of ambivalence as well in the audience. That's very interesting. So I'm now going to, of course, ask you as creators the same question, which is, how do you feel about AI for creative industries? Do you see it as intrusive in a space that we thought inherently human, or do you think it can be a tool to enhance creativity?
Personally, I think it can be both. I think it's definitely a tool, and one I've used myself for a number of different applications. Like just recently, I was applying for BFI development funding, and having ChatGPT explain things to me like I was 5 years old really helped with the application process. Simplifying a lot of the criteria and stuff like that. That's just written with dregs and dregs of sort of jargon. So also I've used Midjourney to help generate things when I've been putting together pitch decks and things like that. But I do also think that as with any tool, it can be very dangerous, if used incorrectly or maliciously. And I think that at the moment we're kind of at this weird phase where a lot of content, a lot of people's work has been, what do they call it, data scraping? Scraped without permission, and kind of implemented in these models. And I don't know, that just doesn't sit right with me, because I feel like I shouldn't be able to go and generate an image in the style of like Frank Frazetta or Mark Simonetti, who are like two big fancy illustrators, and just it churn one out, and then I could use that for anything, and they don't know, and they don't receive any kind of monetary value from that. So I think it's like a double-edged sword. I think there's a lot of like useful, like impressive things that people like we as creators and creatives can do with these tools. But I also think we need to be mindful and careful of like, are they being used in the right way?
I think, when we've chatted amongst ourselves, that's been the general consensus, that we have these two mindsets. You have the progressive part of you that wants to embrace these technologies that we have as creatives generally always had to embrace new technologies which essentially enhance our abilities, whether that's music or filmmaking or photography. There's a lot to be said for technology throughout history and how it's advanced production. But then there's the ethical side of it, and that's where we're kind of very behind, and why we're all here, I suppose. It comes down to the ethics, and that's what we'll get into, I guess.
Yeah, I knew at the beginning, because I felt it myself, how impactful AI was. I had that kind of attack on my senses, my ego, very early on, and through the people around me. I lost a lot of friends by showing them like what DALL-E was at its infancy, because it threatened what a process that would become. We spent our whole lives chasing. Those same people who kind of like said no to me and to it and kind of walked a mile, they then come through into AI through ChatGPT or through something that doesn't necessarily apply to their practice. And this is what I found in so many ways is, even if it's not one tool, it's something else that's probably going to help you in your process. Like you say, applying for a BFI, or putting an NDA or legal document through a language model to make sure that you're not getting, ifed over by a license for your usage. But you're right. There's like, if you've got a hammer, it could be used to murder someone as much as it could be to build a school. But I think we shouldn't be driven by our fear and the unknowns, especially if, and this happens a lot, there's headlines and we want to retreat into it because there's lots happening in the world. But ultimately these tools, they provide such freedom and diversification a democratization of like not just art but language and so many other things. And it's seeming like it's here to stay. It's not going to go anywhere. So I'm worried that we quabble for too long whilst regulation doesn't catch up, whilst instead what we should be doing is trying to understand it, embrace it, and actually have, by doing so, a say in how it develops and how we have that relationship with technology moving forward.
And Justin, you've referenced headlines, and of course we were having that conversation previously about how much of the news that we consume, of course, are a bit doom and gloom on the future of AI. And just recently, I don't know if you've seen it, but today the FT was, of course, publishing some of the context of the interview of Elon Musk with the Prime Minister. And Musk was saying AI is going to take our jobs in the future, which doesn't really contribute to the conversation. So, because we were talking backstage about some very interesting positive applications of AI in the context of creative industries, I would really like to ask you and to share with the audience some of those case studies that you've seen, because I think they can be very inspiring as well.
Yeah. I mean, I have seen countless examples of how you can work with an agency so they can provide content for their products, for their clients, that have a bit more of a back and forth with their customer by making it more creative, more personalised, There's lots of creative processes that have obviously can be kind of fast-tracked through these tools. And a lot of people think, well, that's not fair because then someone's just basically doing less and getting more. But the truth is, we all creatives, we all kind of engineers, we all kind of pushers of stuff, dialogue. They don't want to just fake it. They don't want to just put it out there. You want to kind of do the best. So like creativity as a whole has been raised, right? And I think a lot of people who don't want to follow that and kind of maybe learn how to use these tools, adapt that, is because maybe they think that creativity is set and doesn't like evolve. But it has done through photography. It has done through so many periods in our history. This is like that, but on a kind of completely different level, and I understand that. It kind of affects more than just one type of art. But in the same way, like photography then ended up giving images to the world of current events, and it all kind of interconnects. It's hard for me to know that there's like loads of negatives in the space, because obviously we know this. It's like we know there's evil in the world, but we should really focus on the positives. And with creating, I mean, last night I did a pitch deck that would normally have taken me about a month, and we did it in about 6 hours. And I was able to do it at such a rapid pace that it was kind of closer to my my idea. It's like when you make music, if you actually spend too long kind of going back, you might kind of kill what was at the beginning.
Yeah, we talked about that. We have a term called demoitis in music, because you create this demo in the moment when you've just written the song, and then you spend ages trying to like take the flaws out of it and make each part perfect, and you put all this stuff in it, and often you're like, I prefer the demo, and it's really annoying because you're like, why is it? And the demo just has something, and then that within this conversation, I suppose, it always comes back somehow to what is art? I mean, you can't help but get a bit philosophical when you're talking about creativity. What is art? What is it that we value about art? What's the human element of that? And how do we protect that? And how do we make sure that people aren't being conned when they think that something's been created by something human? Because I think with music at the moment, currently what I've experienced with AI is really positive from a, in some respects, kind of a songwriting way. If you're trying to get, last night I was playing around with a friend's software. He works at a company called Splice, and they've got a beta phase thing where they're stacking loops. And it was great because you cycle through and you can create songs, ideas very quickly. If you're a top liner, that's great, because I had lots of ideas very quickly. But what I've not seen is something that replicates the sort of the performance element that we all really love, that you can't really explain. And I don't think AI is really able to at this moment in time, and I appreciate that that's just now, and in the future that's probably not going to be the case, it's the soul of something. But that's music, and I think that at the moment it will be the thing that AI struggles with the most, because it's often the things that aren't quite right. It's the faults within it. With art and potentially more visual art and novelists, for example, we talked about that. I imagine it's going to be trickier to police and manage. But most certainly need something that's in place to just make sure, I suppose, that we all know what we're looking at or experiencing.
Yeah, I completely agree. I don't think that, I mean, I can't speak for everyone that is skeptical, and I think I sit more on the side of skepticism than certainly Justin. But I think that it's not AI that I think is what concerns people. I think it's or the tools or like the technology. I think it's how it's being used and what other people are going to do with it. And I always felt like creativity, it's a little bit like sex. Everybody wants it, but nobody wants to pay for it. You know, like we all consume film, music, TV, you know, all kinds of media. But I've never seen an industry, you know, where people who produce this stuff and you know, create these things struggle to get paid so much. You know, you wouldn't walk into a store. It's like that old movie piracy ad. You wouldn't steal a car. You wouldn't steal a house or someone's identity. But people do all those things, and they certainly pirate art. And I think that's something that we're already seeing, you know, on a massive scale with AI. There was an author, Jane Friedman, who, you know, it was kind of brought to her attention that people were making fake books that were, you know, had her name on the cover, and the covers looked like hers, and they were being self-published on Amazon, and you know, people were being tricked into thinking that she'd written these books, but she hadn't, and you know, she had to go through all kinds of you know, like a legal process to get them taken down, and I think that's the scary thing. I think is that for me anyway, is that as these tools, you know, become more available and more, you know, they're more improved, it's what are people going to do that might, in a way, devalue, you know, what art is already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and craftsmanship, for sure. And then we've talked again about where that leads to kind of the bottom. You know, that at the moment, I think we can safeguard people that are at a certain level in their careers and in their art. But what concerns me is the motivation for people that are just coming through. At the moment, we know things are growing so rapidly, and the output from AI is just huge. How do we get like people that are coming through the bottom to keep up and motivate them to keep up? And it's not that we're motivated by financial gain, but there's just no point in avoiding the fact that that has an influence on how much people can create and dedicate time to creating at this point in time.
Mm-hmm. And Lawrence, you've made a very interesting point, of course, with that comparison between, you know, creativity and sex. And recently we hosted a breakfast for a number of our stakeholders in the film industry, and they were talking about the impact of the Hollywood strike. And they were saying, of course, you know, it's like they think that they are leveraging the audiences in their favor, but they aren't, because have you stopped watching things on Netflix? Or, you know, or on the BBC or anything. It's like there's not a lack of content that you can consume.
Yeah.
It's relentless. So it's like you have it there, and of course that harms a bit, you know, the power that you have when you want to have these conversations. But going back to the point of, you know, positive uses and what Justin was saying about democratizing creativity. I was at an event yesterday where someone talked about how their father, who is 75 years old and has always liked fiction, but had no talent for writing fiction or struggled with coming up with ideas, has now taken to ChatGPT to come up with, you know, plot stories or development of character. And I thought that's so interesting, you know, because it's like, it's really allowing people of any age to be playful, which is something that I think we lost once that we become adults. And art and creativity is a way of exploring that as well. So, and I think you were talking about an artist with MS as well.
Yeah, so I should write, let me say his name because I want to get it right.
We also did, like, very early on with Real Dreams, we did a thing called Art is Blind with a group study of people who were blind and never, even if they made art, wouldn't be able to necessarily see it. But because you could describe and prompt art, we could create stuff, explain it to them back and forth, and they've created something. Yeah. If you're physically disabled, and if you've got...
Well, that's yeah, so there's an exhibition on Canary Wharf Station at the moment with an artist called Marcus Kay, who has like a degenerative illness, and he's used AI to create these like quite incredible, like surrealist, you know, vivid, colourful images of you know, like nature and it's very much like kind of like photorealistic Dali type stuff. And then he's gone in and animated bits of them by hand, and you kind of sit in this like surreal like sensory experience. It's very cool. I recommend you guys check it out. But I think that's a great example
of creativity, and I think that's where I think really ultimately we all are afraid. Not only is like the process that we've learned or understood or respected, even if you're not a creative, and I think everyone is a creative or will be, you know, with these tools. But there's so many people coming into the space, and that's threatening. Like if loads of people just immigrated into your a town and you didn't know what to do, you know, like of course it's frightening, but I think we all know that it's very important for everyone to have an opinion and to have a story and for it to be able to be heard. And I think this is, regardless of how my filmmaking friends feel and creatives, when I say in Africa, when you're setting these things up in places that don't question it but use it and learn from it and start like benefiting from it, you firsthand you see the good that AI is. And you have to take a moment to question, why are we struggling with this so much as such a developed country with so much freedom of thought and understanding? What is at the root of that, and can we abolish that to try and be a bit more optimistic and change it, you know?
And of course, what we were discussing as well is that part of the reason why people might feel threatened is because they don't know how they can use the technology in ways to collaborate with others that don't make them feel threatened. One of the things I've heard this week in one of the AI Fringes event, and I thought that was very interesting, is that if as a creator you feel threatened by AI, it's because you are not really very creative. And I thought, well, that's kind of interesting, because the point that this person was making is that you want to use AI as a creator to enhance what you are good at and to help you improve the things you're not so good at. And that's a really good way of using it. And like we were saying, exploring, and like Molly was saying, the power of collaboration, of doing things together. And, you know, even for people who think, oh, I'm not artsy, or, you know, I can't create anything. And Justin, you said it before, it's like everyone can be a creator.
Everyone is creative. I look at my accountant, how are you doing this stuff? You know,
Tweaking the numbers.
Producers, you know, they say, oh no, we're not creative. How are you? You're putting out fires, you're juggling different, like, everyone is creative. And to personally see people like my mum, who was a teacher, but she used to be she used to do loads of stuff, sculptural work, all sorts. To see the creation she went away with it. She didn't want to prompt publicly, you know. She went away and she thought about it. She came back with all these images. And it was just so lovely to see what was in her mind, to have those conversations. And I think when she did finally kind of, because the technology is very accessible and easy to use. This is a difference between like even Google, which is hard, can be hard to get the right stuff, find the right information, pull your sources. This stuff you can talk to and it will generate you images. So it's a lot more accessible, and for me that's so exciting to be able to go to someone who might not deem themselves creative and say, well look, let's just prove you wrong, because everyone is deep down has a lot of ideas, and I think sometimes we're scared of putting them out there and how that will be seen because of social media, I guess, you know?
I think as well it will make us appreciate the craftsmanship that goes into certain things, and we will value those skills more, I hope. I suppose a fear of mine is, in contrast to what you're saying, to me, because I appreciate all of that, but on the flip side, again, it goes into what will we lose, you know, and it's the things that we might lose, and the skills that we might lose, and the talents that might be missed, because we just have this abundance of content that's being generated at such a speed that then actually someone with any natural talent for it, will that be then devalued?
Yeah. I mean, it's like today, it's hard to wade through the content streams and music to find good stuff, but I'd say my Spotify playlist is much more extensive than my father's, and has much better music on than what he showed me when I was a kid, including the music he had, you know? So it's kind of a case of, if you're looking for good stuff, you'll find it. Yeah. If you're happy to watch Fast and Furious 10,
You have it.
You're already part of the algorithm.
We're touching on a very interesting point, and to prepare for the session, I was checking your work, and in case you didn't know, Molly represented the UK at Eurovision in 2014 with a wonderful song called Children of the Universe. And obviously when I was watching that, the first thing that I noticed on top of liking the song and the melodies is how distinctive your voice is. And I was like, well, that's a voice that I could be able to recognize anywhere. So one of the questions the audience have put forward deals with this, is like in the age where AI has the capacity to generate human-like content, but also to reproduce and copy personal artistic nuances, how do you as creators think that you can protect yourselves and conserve your trademark as creators?
So I actually read about a tool that's being developed by a professor at the University of Chicago, a guy named Ben Zhao. And it's like a data poisoning tool. It's called Nightshade. And what that does, it's more image-based, but it tricks these things like Midjourney and Stable Diffusion, that produce images based on, stuff they've scraped. It tricks them into confusing, what's in an image with something else. So if you wanted to generate an image of a car, it might think that a car is a cow or a horse, So I think that's one way that creators might be, a bit more aggressively fighting back against the wave of, data scraping.
The thing with the data scraping thing is when COVID was going down, especially here in the UK, we had different regulation. The data was there, the rules for Shutterstock, all these places that were suing everyone, their stuff was there. It's because they didn't see it coming. You see the Shutterstock logo on some of the video generators they make because you can download, legally, you can download those things. I think people didn't really know that the data out there could be used in X, Y, Z ways, but legally it was kind of solid. Since then, loads of imagery, language stuff has been kind of retracted from the people who complain, the people, obviously. But these things exist now, and when it went from one image model to now there's thousands and thousands. It's kind of not, it's the tools are the tools. So what can we do to protect ourselves as artists? And I think that's really looking at the platforms we use. So, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, whatever it is. These are the places that should implement technology and will implement technology to not only kind of trace back where something came from, like the blockchain or cryptography, but also to authenticate whether something is real or not, like artificial or human-made. And I think to truly allow that, because AI creators are going to create and push the bounds, for them to be also on places that are kind of more steered towards AI content, so that people can essentially go into a place knowing that it's artificial, also helps create a safer space for people to create, but put out AI art without having to wade through do I say it's real or not? Do I explain to people that I've put in weeks of thing into this, but they won't understand because I used AI tools? It lets people safely go post stuff in a place and maybe steer that stuff also away from platforms where we want to know it's real, or they don't have the setup to show off if it is real or not. So, to the tech companies, really, and us to push them to regulate the platforms we use.
I think it will definitely be an advantage to in real life experiences as well. You referenced the Mona Lisa actually when we first talked, because there was the queue. There's still you've seen it a million times, but you want to go and see it in real life. And there's something about interacting with art in person and experiencing music and a live performance that I think will, from this evolution, gain more value. Because for me personally, and I think from doing a little bit of research before this, that seems to be something that we all value and seems to be very embedded in what we think art is. Because you can go and see a photograph of something, but then if you see something that looks exactly the same, but somebody's painted it, you're impressed. So I think we'll always be impressed by human achievement, and that's where we will have to navigate this carefully to make sure that we know. But I think it's probably more tricky in a digital world than it is in real life world at the moment, but obviously.
At the beginning, I mentioned the Avo Voyage show, and I think that's a really good example of how you can, use technology to create a really engaging experience that blends the human side with the tech side. Because I haven't been personally, but everyone I know who has been, and I'm really looking forward to going, has told me that there's a live orchestra. So obviously you are there, listening to real music, but watching the avatars of ABBA look hyper-realistic, and they have a lot of effort. Creative effort has gone into doing that, not only from image capture, but also designing the clothes that they're wearing, which I think were designed by Gucci. So it's about the detail. When you look at that, because I've been to events where they have discussed this case study, it was impressive. So I think there's, like you were saying, obviously without minimizing the risk and incentivizing these creators to create, I think there's potential, to come up with things that bring people together, because 100%. It's all about that as well.
Yeah, really like I really think this is, and a lot of people think, we're already so deep in the technology, almost slaves to technology. The world is so set up now that AI it might replace certain of those things. Job diversification, job displacement makes us fearful, and we think, maybe we can't survive as a species anymore. This is truly the final step for us to create a technology that allows us to be more human again, and to stop tapping away, and stop being on, there's so many processes within technology that I look at and go, this is not what I want to be doing with my life. I want to be in a cabin in the woods with my farm, but that's not realistic either, How can you bring some of the basic necessities to the human experience, collaboratively and individually, find that balance of things. And I think technology, for me at least, it's taken a lot of that slaving away and is allowing to be myself more freely, communicate more freely, and kind of spend more time with my dog in the park. So, even if it's as simple as that,
But do you not think that that part of the process of creating is the slaving away, and that's how you kind of grow and you develop a style, or you develop a method, and
totally
you learn from your mistakes?
I think there's just elements of my career, maybe it's different to each individual, right, where you understand the process, but you don't want to have to do it 100 times, because you're creative, you want to kind of push and learn and innovate and do new things. And so if you're stuck in a bit of a rut and the same processes over and over again, you do want tools to come and help alleviate that, so you can kind of crack on and do new things. So for me, it's kind of like it gives me that freedom, and I can see it giving loads of other people freedom to enter new spaces where they thought, I'm not creative, I can't be here, or whatever it is,
Yeah, that's a fair point. But it just feels, I don't know, to me it feels like, it feels odd to just skip the process in some of these things and just have the result. It doesn't feel earned, and I wonder if...
Yeah, I do think that the process is now easy to go, create me an image, right? But what is your drive to create that image? And what is your story? Are you just doing that to show... Because if 1 million people post images that are just that bang, everyone loses interest.
Well, that's a great
question.
And
I've lost interest. I'm flooded with AI content every single day.
Yeah.
And because now the bar's set higher in my head, I'm looking for real storytellers. I'm looking for people who obviously clearly understand the process, because you can see it in their work. It's not just a bang, an image, or still they've shown how they can apply something brand new to a process they already know and find an overlap. And that for me is fascinating. You talk about interactive experiences, mixed reality, all these sorts of things. Some of the stuff that I've seen coming out of Apple and Meta and some of the places I've been to see where this is all going, it's like, this is incredible. We are going to be able to, in a world that feels quite polarized right now, I'm pointing fingers, and we could feel slightly doom and gloom about, rightly so, a lot of things. I think this is a real opportunity for us to kind of switch that dialogue around and say, who's even saying that? Because it feels like it's the places in control rather than the people who are using these tools, And
I think that takes us, and I'm afraid we need to start wrapping up, but that takes us very nicely to my last question, which is, like you were saying, the reason why we're having events like this is to give voice to people who usually are not included in the big conversation on AI, and it is very important that we allow as many people as possible to be part of the conversation, because that's going to help us shape the future of AI, what we want the technology to do for us, and showcase the positive uses it can have. So obviously, we're having this event on the back of the AI Safety Summit, which has not included creative industries on the agenda. So my last question would be, what would you have to say to those who have organized the AI Safety Summit? What would be the recommendations for the future, very briefly?
You mean for including?
For creative industries, including there.
I think creative industries absolutely need to be part of the discussion, because that's our culture. Like, that's throughout the history of our species. You know, music, art, like images, stories. That's kind of guided, you know, who we are as people and where we go. And I think that, not to include those things. When discussing a tool that's going to change the world as much as AI, it just feels very short-sighted, because, and I think that, and again, like, as you know, it's been mentioned before, if the legislation, it needs to be ahead of like the learning curve, and we need to be a part of that discussion, because we're all the people that are going to understand the potential problems and like issues that might not exist yet but will. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
I'd just like to bring attention to the people that are coming after us and what's going to motivate artists to learn skills and make sure that that's protected, so that we don't lose kind of crafts and artistry from the human race. Sounds like such a big concept.
Yeah, and creativity doesn't happen in a vacuum, and it's the driver for innovation, so it should be part of the conversation.
Exactly.
And I mean, I think you all know my stance on it, but I want you to know it comes from a careful, cautious place. I'm driven by things I don't know because I'm scared and I want to find positive solutions. And I just keep on feeling with AI, it reaffirmed with infinite use cases of how this can change things. So, but I was at first like almost to quite a state with it, sad by the people around me who were the creative, free-thinking, 3 a.m. chatters, about quite big topics, who probably saw it for what it was, actually, quite educated, and therefore retreated. And it scared me because it's like, the creatives, or people who deem themselves creatives, like putting themselves at the top to say, I am going to play around with life and experiment and maybe not even make that much money, and to try and kind of communicate something to myself, to people, like, it's a crazy thing to want to say you're creative. So then if you're in that space and you're saying you won't handle something that's as epic as what AI presents for good, bad, and all the rest, then yeah, why do you, like, why be trying to be a creative? Because being creative isn't about falling in line and finding a process and sticking to it. It's about learning those processes, yes, to kind of create something, so that your story can be told. But if we now have tools that allow us to tell stories in completely different ways, it's still messages from us. I think there's ideas around the process that still needs to be taught. It's not about like, oh, it's nice that to be kept. It's like, if you want to prompt good fashion images, you need to have an understanding of fashion. You have to have an understanding of photography to get the camera lighting changes. You have to actually understand a lot of the things to actually get what you want. Otherwise, you're kind of letting the AI do all the work. And I think that comes out like across to artists very quickly when they see something that's kind of not real. And, whether it gets public attention or not, which it will now because people are like, what is this, but it won't,
I'm afraid our time's up, so thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to share this conversation with you. Thank you very much, everyone. And to wrap things up, I would like to thank the AI Fringe on behalf of DAX and Creative UK, and of course, London and Partners, for putting creative industries on the agenda of this important conversation. Hopefully next year we'll see more of it taking center stage. And without any further ado, I would like to join me in a round of applause for a wonderful panel.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for that excellent panel. That there concludes the AI Fringe. Thank you very much for everybody who joined us here and online. Have a good evening.